And we're live. At least, hopefully, we are live. But you never know with YouTube. So let's see. Let us continue on our game. And how is everyone doing this day? Or this night, I guess, at this point. See what we've left off. From what I remember, we had just gotten a new tech priest. That we did. From what I remember, this was going to be a Secutor. And we're going to name him after Ethan D, as promised. So let's see. I don't think I'm as dependent anymore on having different tech priests going into the engine seer tree, because I have plenty of healing as it is. So I can be a little more aggressive with how I begin my tech priest build. What does Secutor give us? Now that's very good. I mean, as long as the troops are in range, once that's set up, he orders a focus fire, blows them up. Choose between 2 canicles, plus 2 damage to all troops for their next attack, 2 energy and 2 physical armor to all troops for 1 round. Both are very good. The damage will be great in situations where I need to essentially deal with a target very quickly, and the additional armor and additional energy and physical armor will be very good when I need to survive some heavy incoming damage. Cognitive canisters have -1 cooldown. I'm not 100% sure what that is, but I'm guessing it's those little buff items to troops. Finally, call in all troops units instantly anywhere on the map. Whoa, does that just let you deploy all your troops for 1 command point? That's crazy. Oh, that'd be great. Okay. So as I mentioned, I'm not too worried about the 1 health, and we have plenty of Blackstone to upgrade him with 1,000 different Blackstone. Let's continue upgrading him. So he gets a little bit of extra bonus stats there. Or I guess troop units do. Usually the shoulders are the best, but 4 HP, not as great as some of the other shoulders. Crit chance isn't bad. Movement speed and health is good. Health and energy armor, that's an interesting choice. I kind of like this, because obviously I get most of this throughout the upgrade tree, but I do like the movement. I guess he just becomes kinda beefy at the beginning, because I'm not giving him any healing, so giving him some ability to survive would be pretty good. But I have so much Blackstone, I'm guessing he's probably going to get to the point where he has most of these. Let's see, 2 HP, 20% critical, 3 HP, 1 movement, 2 HP, 1 energy shield. I think the energy shield is better than the extra health point and movement at the start, though considering he's kind of a buff unit, maybe I should have gone with that one. Let's see, let's grab that. How much Blackstone do I have? I have a decent amount left. So I guess I can grab 1 more item. I grab these just for the health and movement speed. So I think I've got a pretty good thing going here. I'm not super excited about this, so I can wait till my next upgrade cycle to grab these last 3 abilities, especially this one, which is probably the most important one out of this tree for me. Oh, I also forgot I wanted to grab the one that reduces cognition costs of weapons and my other tech priest, but what can you do? So let's equip these items, as they're usually going to be the ones I want to start out with. Now, we've got him equipped with a little bit of armor. We want to give him some weapons. Generally, I don't want weapons that take up cognition cost. That's an interesting choice. I have 2 slots remaining. I already have a guy armed with a bunch of scanners, so I don't necessarily need to worry about scanners. In fact, if anything, I'm running out of command points to scan. This guy doesn't have any innate healing, so I think if I just do that, It might make sense. I guess I don't need the double axe. I can go with the single axe, and I can give him one of the gamma pistols. That way at least he can do a little bit of work, and then once I get him the next couple upgrades, I can outfit him with the other options that I have. I think that's probably the most logical set of upgrades for him at the moment. And then we can go into the missions. What missions do we have here? Gain an additional slot for mission deployment, that's very good. We have a Death Mark, a Ankanthrite, a Necron Warrior, and a Praetorian. We also get a Noise Reductor, which does reveal all enemy statistics in a circle area. Not bad. Some Blackstone. Find and destroy the transmission source. This is a normal difficulty mission. We do get a canister of some kind, so all energy attacks gain +1 energy damage. That can be really potent. We have a level 2 Skitarii Ranger Alpha. We have been using the Ranger Alpha, so that might be a good option. We do get some Blackstone. There's a Cryptic, some Triac Praetorians, and some Necron Warriors. This guy has no missions. Reducing the Blackstone upgrade cost is pretty good, however this is a hard mission. What do we have for a secret mission? We get a nice little Mechadendrite that does eat up a little bit too many augmentation slots, but is a potentially rather good upgrade for certain situations, allowing us to do a little more damage. Then we get a cognition cost ability, become a priority target for enemies in range and gain 1 physical armor and 1 energy armor. This can be nice on a tanky unit, and this isn't an easy mission, so maybe there's some reason to do this one. And this guy seems to be giving us kind of the secret missions, which is most likely the heretical ones. There's also this one, which is a normal mission. So let's do the easy one first, just to play around with some of our new units. We'll take the Pyro Ranger, and we'll take a... what does this guy do? He's level 2. Allow the Skitarii to perform an additional attack. Well, that's pretty spicy. I kind of like that. Let's go with that. And let's deploy our units. So we reach and pass on the translation of the Tesseract Vault. And we'll deploy down. This mission should actually be rather easy, considering we've been doing normal missions that have been at least a little bit challenging, though for the most part this game hasn't been that challenging ever since we've kind of gotten those upgrades, which is interesting because we're playing on a harder difficulty. It would be interesting to see what we can do with some of the upgrades once we, or I guess it would be interesting to see what we can do with some of the higher difficulties, because it seems like as long as you don't really fail your early missions, you will do rather well in that sense. Let's see what Kefir has to say. So it's interesting that these are kind of the secret missions. They're a little bit renegade. However, it seems like everyone's still kind of involved in them. Okay, deployment number 15. We have some enemies here. So we want to generally avoid enemies. You can go 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Is there any quicker path? There's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So fighting these guys gets us nothing really. I think I just go this way just to make it a quick path. Let's see, we have a complex model spinning on wheels. I think I want a curiosity because I like grabbing Necron tech. You can check the body, which, well, that's alright. And you can clearly scan the Blasphemous Act. No, I'm gonna approach it and see what I get. Well, I gave them a little bit of awakening, but that's alright. Sometimes you get a little Blackstone out of it, which is also pretty good. Our presence has been detected. I don't know what this one does, and I don't know what this one does. I'm gonna take this one and see if this one's good, because it kind of looks like the one that's good, just inverted. Though maybe that's a sign that it's bad. Let's grab this one. Okay, gave them a little initiative. Not the biggest deal. Actually, it gave them minus initiative, so we gained initiative. So that one's the good one, the one that looks like the opposite axe, which means we get to go first within the next battle round. Not the most important, but it gives us a little bit of a buffer. Let's see, a large metal coffin lies half smashed, broken open by a shift in the landscape surrounding the tomb. The coffin lid shows an image that may represent Lord Acropius, in which case this may be a symbolic burial place of Lord of this tomb. Perhaps it contains its own grave goods. Well, we can educate, examine, and inspect the lid of the coffin. We can consecrate. The false burial must be the result of profane Necron rites. Consecrate the chamber with incense and prayer, and... Nah, let's not do that one. Throw open the coffin and reveal the treasure truly to be within. Well, that's a bit... I feel like that's a trap, but whatever. Ah, it wasn't a trap. We got some blackstone. Let's see. I'm not going to go this way because it's the same number of moves as going this way, which is the easier path. Extra Necrons in battle. Oop, what happened there? Structure resembles a high statue burial among feudal human societies. Wherefore do you possess such esoteric knowledge, Xenobiologus? I mean, kind of his name says it, doesn't it? He's a studier of Xenos, so he probably knows something about them. Once again, kind of a very loosely kept secret, apparently, for a secret mission. A lower narrow passage ahead is leading into a large circular chamber. Its close confines make it dangerous to investigate. Okay. Negative, collapse the passageway. Plural, send the entire cohort into the burial chamber. Singular, send a single troop through the passageway into the burial chamber. So if there's multiple different traps, this will trigger them and set off the alarms. But however, there's traps that are instantly tripped. This is the safer one. For that one unit will trigger the traps, and these ones will avoid it. This way probably is the longer way. It's going to add some points to the Necron Awakening. So let's send the singular unit. He took some damage. I wonder what would have happened if I sent all of them at once. Would they all take 3 damage? Perhaps. In any case, the damage that they take isn't that vital in this situation. I think it'll be easy enough to complete this mission without any of those issues. Well, I got no deployments to make, so I'm just gonna kind of position my priests. I don't know what this is. I'm guessing this isn't good. Let's see, there's a cryptic here. I guess I have to escape, so I'm kind of have to navigate this way. Yeah, okay. There's a lot of annoying things, but I'm not too worried about it. In fact, I can just probably scan this thing. So I just kind of want to position my priests so they're all kind of close to this side. I should also consider which ones are the fastest versus which ones are the slowest. But, it seems like they're almost in that position anyway. And I can get a bunch of cognition points pretty quickly. Which one is this? This one's Neocal. Neocal is, I believe, not the scanner guy. Well, that's not the end of the world, because I can do this and grab... Yeah, so he's... I hope he's not the scanner guy, because otherwise this would have been a waste. I think it's the guy with the double scanners. Why are these red? Does this mean it's like a trap? I feel like I'm going to get pinged here the second I go through this. I guess not. Oh, maybe it opens and closes. That could be a thing. That could be a thing where like it opens and closes based on like the turn. So it might actually make it faster to go through here if this opens and that closes. But what I'm going to do is I'm going to move here because then I grab the cognition points even though I spend one, and I can whack away at this guy. Yeah, that's a pretty good critical. And then I just pass the turn. Let's see. This guy's a bit slower. So this sort of kind of goes that where it's a little annoying. but I can still get in range to bash away at that. Yeah, bash away at this guy with the axe, and I can still pick up a cognition point because I don't really want to use my Volkite blaster on this guy. I don't want to grab that one. Is there any other ones? There are not. So unfortunately, I do have to kind of be a little awkward in that sense. Yeah, that's fine anyway. So just get a wail away at this guy. Ooh, 4 damage. That was very nice. Well, so my Volkite blaster guy is now moving. I move here, and normally I want to kind of target the Immortal. If I can target the Immortal with the Volkite blaster, I can. That's perfect. There we go. That's thanks to being a Dominus. And that's just, ooh, that was a critical of some kind. So let me go scan the servo skull here. Okay. And then I think I just pass, because I'd rather be able to grab the cognition points once this guy's active. I guess I get these two, so it's not that big of a deal, but I just kind of want to get as close as I can to crossing this boundary here. Though it is awkward. It depends on how these gates go. And I do get past this computer, so I want to destroy this computer once I cross it as well. Ooh, that's a lot of damage. But now the opportunity attacks come, and the guy goes down because, you know. Okay, that makes sense. Yeah, so it's like I thought. These swap out as the turns go on. Which is nice, because this actually lets me get past this very easily. I don't think I even want to deploy anything. I guess I can. I can deploy this guy to see what he does, just for fun. Do I? Yeah, I guess I do. It's just more for fun than anything. I just want to see how his ability works. Because I hadn't yet. I mean, it's a little awkward if this guy gets shot. Yeah, that's a bit awkward. Before he can really do his thing. But at the same time, I think I could probably take out a lot of these guys. And potentially that's awkward. That's really awkward. And the reason that's awkward is because I'm going to have a hell of a time getting the cognition points to fight under the Volkite blaster. However, which one is this? I can probably just, well, The problem is if I get in range of this and I can't get into range of this guy afterwards, it's super awkward, but if I still can, it's a better play. Maybe I should have used one of the more mobile guys to do this, but yeah. Ooh. I can move here. Oh, okay. So this guy, normally Immortals have higher energy shield, which is why I shot him with my energy blaster, but it seems to not be the case. Okay, so this guy shoots there. Hey Dardell, how's it going? And welcome to the stream, Haku Shots. Hopefully I got the name right. Let me know if I did. So let's see what I have here for stats. This guy reveals stats. So I fire there. I think I can take out this Necron Warrior. That'd be a nice ability to do. Oh, that's going to be close though. But it gives me another attack opportunity, so maybe I take him out. 2 damage? Not quite what I wanted. Well, you know, if I really need cognition points, I have this. I have this. I'll probably end up using this. I kind of want to heal this guy, but I'll pass. Okay. So, I guess I grab the cognition points here and just use the Volkite blaster on something. That's probably the best target. That's the best target. That's... Look at that. Nice thing is, because that happened, I have a very easy time getting past this gate now with pretty much all of my units. I get to blow up this guy, get a cognition point, continue moving on. So this seems to be in a pretty good situation for me. And this way it assures there's no attack opportunity accidentally by this guy on him. In fact, I can move here and like literally be in range of escaping. Oh, there's another scan point too. That's good to know about. Let's see. I definitely want to get my guys within past this gate because otherwise I have to travel there or take an extra turn. So that's not really something that's afforded to me otherwise. So let's move there. I believe if I scan this, I should get both these. Okay, so this is the guy with the double scan. Definitely could shoot this guy as well, but I think I just walk up to him and smack him with an axe. And just poke away at these other guys. In verse, I could walk up and smack this guy with an axe. That's also kind of an option. Yeah, I like walking up there better. I get a cognition point back as well. Because this guy's probably going to go down no matter what. Like, I have this guy who can double shoot at this guy most likely, so I'm not too worried on that end. That's interesting, though. Can I scan this? Oh, I can't scan this. Hell. This guy just limbos under the shot. Oh, that's a really limited movement there. That's, well, that's depressing. Huh. That's a something. That's a lot of stuff. That's a lot of stuff there. Who goes first? I don't think I deploy anything. Like, I think I just take these guys out naturally, like that, and then I just proceed to escape, essentially. This guy probably gets murked, though. He has no hope of surviving. Oh, okay. That's the only Necron that goes before him. Nah, all of them go before him. Oh, man. Well, that guy's gone. But I think I just knocked this guy back. Shoot him once. I run this Tech Priest up there. Shoot whoever. I should be able to get this one and run into here. Just run this guy over there and run back. Papa Judas, welcome to the stream. How come Tech Priest can't have transonic weaponry? Conspiracy theories, Illuminati. That's all I can say. Its most likely scenario is the Illuminati, if you don't know. You know, I'm also being kind of dumb. I really should just destroy this. Because, okay, I can destroy this guy, right? But I don't really care about that guy. If all it is to escape, I can destroy these. And what happens if I destroy these once I've scanned them? I can essentially not care, which is nice. Come on. And that's should be my option. Let's go back here. Let's use the skull, because I might need the points. I might need those points for something. I think I shoot this. It's a little bit of a waste. I think I just beat this guy up with mechadendrites. There we go, -2. Well, again, why am I so worried about this? I go here, I scan this. I wish I had some cognition points to blow this thing up, but I can at least whack away at it a little bit. Not very successfully, though, mind you. But I think it should be enough that this guy can finish it off with his pistols and stuff. Granted. Well, just knock this guy down for no other reason than I can. Let's run this guy back here. Yeah, it's a little bit of a mess, but if all I have to do is escape, then whatever. It seems like that, because it's considering it's an easy mission, you got all this in the center. But even if that's not the case, like, I could just move out and, like, blow all this up pretty easily. Usually these guys, like these extra dudes, are not the strongest. Like, they're not the most frightening thing in the world, and I've been pretty decent at kind of taking out all this other stuff. Okay, so I'm going to get that. I'm going to go over here. I'm going to blow this up. This is going to reduce to 1. I hope. Oh, got a cognition point. Okay, that was wasteful anyway. That did nothing, and it didn't matter, so... Bit of a waste. Oh, okay, kill all enemies. Cool. That's always annoying. Like, I wish... Again, it's not the end of the world, like, I can deal with this pretty easily. But it's just like, okay, I move here. Then I get a move back. If I knew this beforehand, I would have just destroyed all of this and then moved in there. Instead, it's like, well... Get all this nonsense now. I would have also maybe not worried about the pedestals so much. Like, the scanners don't really matter simply because I've done, like, if I have to kill the enemies, this thing's going to fill up quickly enough that it doesn't matter. But that's what you get sometimes. And I'm also kind of in that awkward no cognition point gap because I used all my points to kind of get where I did. Oh boy. Really hope they just don't make me go all the way back here. This is going to end up being such a pain in the butt. Oh man. Can't even target anything. Can't even target anything. This guy's going to be able to shoot stuff, but... It's gonna be awkward. See if I can blow that up. Well, he did a little damage there. Like, I can't really target Necron warriors. At least not until, like... Yeah, it doesn't matter. It's not... The problem is, it's not the damage, or, like, I'm not afraid of dying to these things here. It's just more this thing, because each one, it goes up, it makes the timer a little worse for the overall mission. But... That's okay. Sometimes, you know, sometimes you just have to kind of accept it and live with the consequences of your choices. Oh, why is my mouse not doing what I want it to do? Okay, there we go. Got control of my mouse again. What happens if I do this? Ooh, that's kind of cool. So this is my cognition point guy, so I should get a bunch of cognition points now. I can start doing this. I guess I have to go like here. Then I can get these 2 cognition points. It's basically like I'm just redoing everything I did. That's the one annoying thing about that stuff. Blow up the Scarab Squad. Hey, welcome to the stream, Pyro. Yeah, so one time where I'm like, Jeez, those scarabs are not taking like any damage. Now, I can also just grab that with the scanner. Pretty much, it's all kinds of awkward. But, yeah, I should be able to start doing pretty good damage to these guys. And then steal a cognition point off this guy. Why you shoot that guy? Why you gotta shoot my ranger? Also, I kind of deployed the other guy, like, prematurely, just because I thought I could escape and, like, not have to fight all this. Well, I didn't even know this was coming up at the time I deployed the guy, and he just, like, didn't have the right movement, so... Yeah, you know. Awkwardness. Where are these guys going? So... let's shoot there. Well, that ain't gonna do much. So let's move here. Which might be a little bit of a mistake, but eh. Yeah, that was a bit of a mistake. Because I forgot these switch every turn. Let's see. The Pyro says, hey, Tech Priest, regarding the Codex, how do you feel that Skitarii Vanguard and Rangers can only have one special weapon based on box? Also, Ranger Sniper can move. I'm kind of upset about it, honestly. Like, I wish they didn't do that. Though it seems like that's where they're trending to, especially with any of the other armament options. That seems to be just how they're doing it across the board at this point. So I kind of saw it coming. I was kind of hopeful they wouldn't do it, but at some point you just have to kind of realize there's a good chance of it, and it's going to happen. The nice thing is the sniper rifle can now move according to what you're saying, so at least that's something. Again, it's better than not being able to move. So that's all I can say on that end. Let's see, I'm going to heal this guy, and then I'm going to use the Servo Skull to scan something. Hey, welcome to the stream, Phase Recycle? Phaser Cycle? I want to say it's Phaser Cycle. Did I get that right? Good evening. I have sworn so many dollars to my game store today in the name of the Necron and Admech pre-orders. Yeah, there's some pretty sick stuff. There's actually, the next video is going to cover the new, I don't know how familiar you are with my channel. I'm guessing you've probably seen some of my content. So obviously there's going to be a series for the upcoming Admech Codex, obviously. But there's also going to be a series for, or not a series, but the next video is going to be the 500-point video for the Necrons, where I'm going to cover their new product, which is, I like it because it gives you options to a lot of stuff you normally don't get. And not stuff you don't normally get, but like stuff you don't have in any of the other like box products, and box products are like the cheapest way of doing it. It's a good value and everything. It's just that I think it's a little weird because like you end up in the situation where you get a you're essentially getting a, sorry, I'm focusing on this as well. You're essentially getting a Night Scythe as a big part of it, which is a tiny bit on the odd side. Like, I almost wish you got something instead of the Night Scythe, like a Ghost Arc, but obviously they can't include the Ghost Arc because the Ghost Arc is not something that works well with the... So the Ghost Arc doesn't work well with the... So the Ghost Arc doesn't work well with the... Oh, I didn't want to do that. That's all. It doesn't work well with the Immortals, and the Immortals are something you can't get in other boxes. But also, the problem is if you include Warriors, you can't take a Ghost Arc, and you can't take a Doomsday Arc. The reason you can't take a Doomsday Arc is because it's too many points. The same reason you can't take a Doom Scythe over a... Okay, I always hate when it does this. You can't take a Doom Scythe over the Night Scythe because it's too many points. Or you can, but you have to like, exclude a bunch of stuff. From what I heard. Yeah, it's all speculation at this point. Oh, that isn't all speculation because we actually saw... that's just me thinking to myself. But it isn't all speculation because we did see some leaks and some postings. Yes, he did. Plus, if the nerfs rise the cause, it's only good on destroyers. Yeah, I'm really sad about the rise of nerfs to the plasma ability. I'm really sad about that. Plus, it's on a 50-50 if the box rule apply, because Delder ignore the box thing rule. What do you mean by the Dark Elder ignore the box rule? Not gonna lie, I've seen every single video. Hey, I'm happy, man. I like it when people watch my content, obviously. Like, I make it for a reason. I'm not just, you know, like, it's always cool to see people enjoying the content and watching it, and you know, there's a lot of benefit to it, even if you don't play an army. Ooh, that was nice. Even if you don't play a certain army, like the biggest thing about it is you can not play an army, but you can still watch it because you can learn how to counter an army. one big thing I'd learned like while making a lot of these videos, and why I make these videos, is in part because I want to learn how to play against certain armies, and as well as maybe play them in the future. But it's one of those things where it's like, okay, I want to learn how to play this, I want to do this, this, and that, and it's just kind of like, how do we... Oh, I forgot I had that ability that fills up the cognition gauge. I'm terrible at this game. But yeah, so it's like, so yeah, as far as videos go, like I even try to do a little more nowadays than before, is where I talk about how to counter the army when I'm discussing it. So like, this is what you do if you're playing against it, this is how, because there is discussion not only for people who don't play the army, but even who play people who do play the army, because you can throw away your Poxwalkers and Death Guard very easily without really thinking about it, which ends up putting you in a bad situation because you didn't realize that people can counter you in that specific way. That's just like a thought on my end. Racks ignore the possible rule of squads being limited based on box, so it's 50-50 if it happens. Yeah, it's true. There are exceptions, and I don't know if that's because they're planning to re-release some models or not. There have been other kits as well that had that exception, so I do see what you're saying. It's not quite as clear-cut as I'm making it out to be, but it's not, it's not, it seems to be a trend, so there's probably going to be situations where we see them ignore it, but there are also going to be situations where they stick with it. Let's see. Also, based on what we've seen, the Iron Striders are our best units, correct? I don't know. I've heard good things about pretty much everyone. I've heard good things about, the Iron Strider, or not the Iron Striders, the Dragoons. I've heard good things about the Cataphrons. I've seen Rust Stalkers do pretty well, in a lot of cases because of the points and everything else. Infiltrators have a decent points value from what I've seen. There's a lot of stuff like that where it's kind of interesting. I think it's going to take a little while for us to figure out what all the good units are. Yeah, such a shame about its Rise of Stratagem and still using it, but it's very sad. Yeah, well, what can you do? Sometimes you just gotta kind of live with it, I guess. Because they can take 2 liquid guns or something, it's still a shame, but it's 50-50 based on Games Workshop thinking. Yeah, no, I totally agree. I mean, yeah, it's hard. Like, I never understand how they do what they do. Or I never understand their decision-making process, and maybe that's an issue. Because you would think they would probably have some kind of logic to their madness, but it doesn't seem. Maybe there's just different designers, things like that. So that could be part of it, is that there's just different people doing different things, and they might think that, hey, one thing makes more sense than another. Or maybe it's not, maybe there's like some kind of logic to it. Let's see what happens if I blow up the Scarab Swarm with this Mechadendrite. What happens? Yep, cleared the mission. Nice. Welcome to the stream, Marshal Aldris Mortem. You guys have complicated names. I'm starting an Admech army. Any suggestions for units? I've already got the start collecting some raiders and some extra box of rangers. I think it's good to probably wait a little bit if you have all that stuff. If you have all that stuff painted and you want to buy something else, the start collecting boxes are definitely good. The combat patrol looks okay for what you get. I still think it's going to be fine to buy, 2 start collecting boxes and play with those. I think the combat patrol is perfectly fine. It's a little underwhelming, but it's not bad. But if you haven't painted all of that stuff, you haven't built and painted all of it, I would say just focus on that for the moment, because you're probably going to see a ton of content coming out, not just from myself, but from other people as the Codex hits play, and you're probably going to see things shift a lot, because usually there's a period of time where people believe one thing is very good, and then it kind of shifts as people adapt to it, and the meta adapts to that specific type of play. The Pyro says, Oh, because infiltrators get the rule that 8th stalkers get, does that mean infiltrators are better because they have turn off rerolls and such? I didn't see that, but I haven't really dived too deep into a lot of the um, spoilers. I'm just kind of waiting for the codex because I like sitting down and reading through it one by one. I've seen them. I've seen the spoilers, and I'm not opposed to seeing them. It's just I don't want to take too much time out of my day like reading each rule. So it could be. That'd be pretty cool. I'd like that. I did see hydraulic claws on breachers also no longer have the -1 to hit, which makes the hydraulic claws a lot more interesting. And I already thought the I already thought the hydraulic claws were pretty good. Goon hammer confirmed. One special weapon for under 10, up to one of each special weapon for 10 plus, and two of each for 20. True sadness. Oh, so Skitari went up to units of 20. And welcome to the stream, Aaron Martin. Sorry, I didn't say that before. The board edge stratagem. Oh yeah, yeah. You're talking about circuitous assassins, right? Damn, I heard the Rangers get a free pre-movement similar to infiltrators and raiders. That'd be pretty sick. I would definitely like the Rangers to be able to move. Like, if the Rangers can move and they're the same points as the Vanguard, all of a sudden Rangers become better than the Vanguard again, because mobility is such a premium in 9th edition. But Arc Claws give extra attacks, if I heard right. I think you're right. I think the Arc Claws do give extra attacks. It's still pretty close between the Arc Claw and the Hydraulic Claw, but the Hydraulic Claw is no slouch either. Like, it used to be close before, and what really pushed it over the edge was the fact that Data Horde had the ability to give the exploding rolls on both the Arc Claw and the Arc Rifle. So there was that concern. And if you were outside of Data Horde, the Hydraulic Claw made sense. I did the math on it once, and there were actually situations where like the Hydraulic Claw was a little better. It wasn't always the case, like sometimes it just failed anyway, but you know, that's always going to be the case. Papa Judas says, so the new rule with Vanguard is going to screw up the fact that I build every special weapon in my squad? Maybe, but at the end of the day, you'll probably find uses for them. Like, even if it's limited to one special weapon per squad, there's still going to be situations where you're probably going to want them, and if squads go up to larger sizes, you're probably going to find uses for them. Like, you get one of each special weapon anyway, so at the end of the day, you're going to find some use for them, and it's not like those special weapons are ever going to get easier to acquire, especially if they are limiting them in such a way. And there could be situations where you just want more special weapons for whatever reason. I think it's always good to build them, just because you can always make additional like Vanguard Skitari units or Rangers by taking, if you know the gunners in like the Dune Rider or the other random guys, you can always take those out and put them on a base and essentially have extra non-special weapon units. But I think there's always going to be benefit to having the special weapons. Can't wait to see how the new HQ is used. Yeah, that'd be kind of cool. The other thing I want to see is what happened with the engine seer. The engine seer went up in points a lot, which there has to be some reason for that. Nah, just take 10 blocks with one of each, or 5s with one. Yeah, like five squads of 5. If they still can take one special weapon, it's still good on them. Like, again, I think it's better to have the special weapons available and not use them than it is to have a lack of them, because at the end of the day, you're also going to have the situation where you're going to get so much Skitari over time because the value of the start collecting kit, the value of the combat patrol, the value of all these things kind of lets you get a lot of tertiary Skitari, and you can even find them pretty cheap usually, so it's one of those things where it's kind of nice to have the option to equip them with special weapons. And there's going to be times where you don't use them, there are going to be times where you use all of them, there's going to be times where you know, it's going to come down to a list, but, you know, they're fun to paint as well, and they look cool, so. Not the Marshall, the Blackstone one. Oh, the Archaeotech? I thought the Archaeotech was just the Deolosis. Or am I wrong on that one? Because I thought they ported the Deolosis over to the Codex and just gave it a generic name. But I might be wrong on that. It's rough but not crippling. Oh, Engine Seer is good at 55 points because he can awaken the machine. What does awaken the machine do? Let's upgrade this guy a couple times. Upgrade cost, okay. So my upgrade cost is 264. That would leave me with very little Blackstone. But that is very good. But the problem is, so if I upgrade this, I don't have enough to take Rangers. Which is awkward. Or Rangers or anything, or Vanguard. To use this ability. Oh, okay, it's one troops unit. It's not all troops units. But that's... That's awkward. I'll hold off until the next round to upgrade this guy. I think I'll just give him another pistol. Where's the gamma pistols? Give him this thing, give him Mechadendrite. Give him some ability to kinda... Oh, I don't have any more points. I'd rather have that than Mechadendrite. Let's see what I missed in chat. It's weapon not crippling. It gives vehicles 1+ to hit. Oh, that's pretty good. It depends though. We'll see. Is it just a specific vehicle or is it the entire unit of vehicles? Because if Iron Striders and things like that are still a unit, that's pretty strong. If it's not, it also depends. I mean, our ballistic skill is usually pretty good. Meaning non-core as well, if I recall. Yeah, it's kind of weird how our core is. Like, it'll be interesting to see what the core actually means for our army, because Cataphrons aren't core, but so many abilities say you can target Cataphrons. And then Castellans get core or something like that if you have a Data Smith, which is okay. And then, you know, there's 100 different things where, like, they bypass certain abilities and certain abilities they don't bypass. So Dunecrawler or Scorpius can hit on 2+. Yeah, it's pretty good. I think the Scorpius also went down in points. That's a big thing I noticed about it. Not Castellan robots. I thought Castellan robots had the they had the Data Smith, which gave them core. Like, they didn't have core, but if you took the Data Smith, you got core or something like that. Again, I didn't read it too thoroughly. I'm gonna read it when I get my own copy of the Codex, just so I can go through it and kind of really inspect it. Is there... I guess... I'm trying to think of it this way. From what I've seen is also a lot of the points stayed the same. So a lot of the points are still the same. Well, they're either the same or lower. There's a few notable increases, but for example, the Scorpius Disintegrator I think went down by a little bit. I think the Dune Crawler might have gone down a little bit for the Neutron Laser. What else? The Castellans went down in points a little bit. The Engine Seer obviously went up, but he got some abilities. Yeah, I think Call went down in points, I think he's down a little bit. Again, the points I saw were also very grainy. They were basically photographs of Bigfoot, so I couldn't really read them easily. Engine Seer can't affect Castle. Oh, okay, Engine Seer can't affect Castle and robots. Yeah, that makes sense. But aren't they vehicles, though? Or does it specifically call out? Yeah, it went down points. I think that's true. Scorpius went down to 145 points for all options. Yeah, I think I saw that. There was something I think it could take to go up a little bit, or am I making that up? Yep, Call is 180. I thought he was already 180. Or was he 180 before the points increase and then he went up to 180? Or sorry, 200 points after the points increase. I'm blanking on that one. I didn't really run Call that much or at all, so it's one of those things where I might just be making that up. So let's see. Oh, this guy's a mission for us now. It's a hard mission. Gives us a nice axe, though. That doesn't seem very hard. Must be just a number of units. Normal mission. Normal. Let's just give Oli's mission. I like her missions. I'm gonna do the same thing as last time, and hopefully this time just not whiff. I mean, this guy's pretty good too, but yeah. Scorpius went down 145. It calls out in the rule. Oh, okay, so it does specify in the rule. Yeah, that happens. Yeah, Codex is odd in a fun way. I agree. I think the Codex probably is going to be a little stronger overall, but it's going to be very different. I think there's a lot of things we have to kind of look at, and we'll have to figure out. I think how Admech plays is going to be different, but that's just the nature of things. Paul says, "Hey Tech Priest, I just bought my first Admech models. I'm currently building my Skitarii. What should I kit them out with? There's so much options. Usually I just build one of every special weapon. I build out, you want the basic kit out, and then, like, basic kit, and then I usually build one of each special weapon, just because you get one of each, so over time you're going to use them at something. Even if you don't use them, you can still, they're still cool models. Like, you're going to get more Skitarii over time, just because of how good the start collecting kits are, and everything, and even if you don't use the special weapons, you have to think about it this way. You could probably play the arc rifle and the plasma rifle as a regular Skitarii, and if you're not playing any other special weapons on your Skitarii, you could probably get away with that in most games. The other thing is, when you get the Dune Rider, if you have a couple spare bases, you can take the little gunners out of the Dune Rider that are normally inside of it and place them on bases, and you basically get free Skitarii. So overall, you're gonna have ways of generating additional Skitarii with basic weapons. You could say, in terms of Vanguard and Rangers, the new Codex, I haven't seen enough yet to know which ones are better. Right now, the Vanguard are a little better in the old Codex, but the new Codex can easily change that, so I would say, have a decent mix of each. Or build a couple models and paint them, and then, like, you wait, because the Codex is pretty much out at this point, so it's going to be a couple weeks till the new Codex comes out, or till we can access the new Codex and we can have a better understanding of it when I'll be making a new series and things like that. Because of the amount of remembering needed for it. Yeah. I'm never happy when there's a lot of bookkeeping, and I think our new Codex kind of creates a lot of bookkeeping, which is odd because for the most part the game has been reducing the amount of bookkeeping, which I always found favorable, but now all of a sudden some armies are just like, here's all this stuff you have to remember, and it's like, oh, okay, I mean, okay, they should think about what they're doing there a little bit. Oh yeah, plasma caliber is 30 inches now. Oh, that's pretty good. Personally, I would do a squad of Vanguard Plasma and a squad of Ranger with Arc or Sniper. Yeah, I mean, again, it just kind of comes down to the long run. Most of the time, you're probably going to be okay with just basic ones with no special weapons, but, there's going to be times where you want to play a special weapon, and it'll be fun. Bran M says, "Hey, welcome to stream, Bran M, by the way. I'm going to need more than 50 Skitarii now. I'll probably buy a patrol box, paint, and sell the crawler for robots." That's an option. I think the Dune Crawler's still good, but, plus you get better poses from the Scorpius kit, especially with the pointing arms. Yeah, I like I like the ability to pose my models. I think the Skitarii also come with so many extra bits that it's so fun to build them. Like, you could also be like Rook from the Admech forms, who just has an army of infinite Skitarii right now. He has something like 12 units of Vanguard or something ridiculous in his army list. He's actually in a tournament right now, and he was undefeated, but he was playing against a really bad matchup and a really good player in that bad matchup on the table, from what I heard. So he might not be undefeated after that, but he's doing pretty well with that list. Again, it's still the 8th Codex too. So Aaron Martin says new rules are a touch overcomplicated, but the options are fun. Overall, I rate it beep out of boop. I agree. I like a level of complexity, but like you said, it seems like there's so many layers to all the rules. And like you can see, just when I play this game here, like, sure, I'm playing it a little bit distracted. I forget things like canicles and who has which scanner and who has which ability. I'm like, oh yeah, this guy, and I'm not as invested in Mechanicus as I am 40k, but still, it's like, well, okay, I forgot I had the ability to just gain 4 command points on Will from the Gaia upgrade to have that ability. And obviously that's just from repetition over time, you get that, but you know, people who aren't playing all the time are gonna have difficulties with some of the Admech stuff. Paul says, "Cool, thanks for the tips." Hey, happy to be of help anytime. And that's the fun of the. That's the fun thing about these streams is I can just like kind of talk about anything, and that we do talk about like 40K and stuff a lot. Probably like you know, as I continue with these, we might do painting streams and things like that. So I go this way. Papa Juice says, "Build and paint your Skitari and wait until the Codex drops to put heads on." I agree with that. The heads are easy enough to sub-assembly that you can do that, and then you can decide if you want Vanguard or Rangers. And the thing is, though, and this goes back to kind of that discussion about how much of each one you want, and like why it's okay to kind of build different things, is because Rangers and Vanguard constantly change on what's good. Like before the 9th edition rules came out, Rangers were the better choice. 9th edition rules come out, Vanguard or the 9th edition points come out, and Vanguard become better. And now we're seeing the new Codex, and Rangers might be better again. So it definitely changes pretty much every so often in terms of what's better. And I think it's not a bad thing to, you know, have the ability to swap between the two. Again, but usually if you tell people, like if you have enough of one or the other and you tell people just, hey, this is what it is, most of the time they're not going to worry about the heads too much. Like as long as you're not doing something weird. That's the biggest thing. As long as you're just like reasonable about how you approach things. Oh yeah, punchy bots are good from what I heard. Dude, if punchy bots are great, that'd be so much fun. Like I have a box of Castle robots I want to build, and I just haven't gotten around to it. So it's one of those things where I'm going to delay this guy's turn. Where I just haven't gotten around to it, but I was planning to magnetize them just because I thought it would look cool. Oh, that's mean. And yeah, I think it'll be fun to build punchy. Wait, with the new Codex as well? What do you mean with the new Codex as well? I traded my Death Guard and my LGS for store credit and bought 2 Scorpius kits, a used call at 25 CAD. Wow, that's a really good deal. Especially at Canadian dollars. Wow, 25? Jeez. A box of Skitari and pre-ordered the Combat Patrol. I think I'm on the right path. Yeah, it seems like a pretty good mix. I would have definitely said if you were going to buy the Scorpius kit and you were going to buy Skitari, I would have tended to go with the Start Collecting kit if it was an option, because the Start Collecting kit does give you a little bit more value. That just would have been something. I mean, again, if it's not available and you had to utilize store credit to a certain extent, then that's fine as well. Like, it's not the end of the world, but it's definitely something I generally recommend in that sense. I mean, again, you'll definitely want more Scorpiuses in the future. So this is the thing, is you're going to want probably more Scorpiuses than Skitari. So having the Skitari, or having the Scorpius and the Skitari as you have now, is not the end of the world either, because you're probably going to want more of those kits, and then you're ultimately going to end up in a situation where you have plenty of opportunities to pick each one up. Let's see, how much does this guy have? I'm just going to knock this guy back. I don't know what this guy actually has for stats. Yeah, he's still standing, so he must have good stats. Let's see. Can't wait till doctrines get standardized, like extra movement with minus save or opposite turn 1. Yeah, maybe both are good, because I heard you could give Vanguard with strength 4 with AP minus 1 in their guns. That'd be pretty good. There was an ability, I remember there was a strength modifying ability that was very interesting. Alright, Castellan robots can mix and match weapons now. That's pretty sick. It'd be nice to have the ability to have like a mix of weapons, just like one punch bot and one or one punch claw and one phosphor blaster or something like that. And then again, it's the phosphor blasters are always kind of a unique place. Did they do anything with the protocols on the robots, or the protocols still the same? Rook was using the new Codex. No, he's in a tournament. He's like in a 108 player tournament right now, and he's still using the old Codex. So it's still on that. Let's see. Brand M says, thank God I magnetized the bots. People must be tearing their guns off right now. Yeah. I mean, bots are pretty easy to magnetize too, so there's no reason not to magnetize them. $25 Canadian. Well, yeah, $25 Canadian for a call is ridiculous. Like, unless the thing's like broken in like 20 pieces, $25 for a call is really good. That's like half his Qatari box price. Yeah, they were back ordered on Start Collecting, unfortunately. Yeah, I mean that's why I'm not gonna like. I don't think it's wrong to buy kits individually. Sometimes you're just gonna find yourself in a situation where you're not gonna have access to certain things, and it's unfortunate in the sense that, you're just kind of stuck at that point, kind of having to make do. But there are worse things to buy than what you got. And when I say that, I don't even mean that like in a bad way. Like you actually did pick up pretty good options, and like I said, there's plenty of reason to pick them up individually as well. And if you just don't have access to some of those options, like if you don't have access to Start Collecting Kit, that's perfectly fine as well. Like if you want to start building your models so that you're ready, because building models and painting them takes so long that sometimes if you wait like even a couple extra weeks, you find yourself in a really like awkward situation because all of a sudden you're just so far behind because you've lost a little bit of that motivation. Let's see, I'm gonna well, I'm just gonna blow this guy up. Let's see if I can just blow this guy up. Oh, I blew that guy up. Well, that's nice. Come on. Like, the Pyro, yeah, I was surprised to see that price. Yeah, that's just, I mean, hey, anything you might have lost out on buying the boxes individually, you made up on the call. So like you're still in a good place. Even though all guides say don't buy call if you're starting, I couldn't let that one on shelf price. Yeah, so here's the thing is, call is not a good first pickup if you're just starting, not because it's bad. Call is like not a good pickup when you're first starting just because you don't have the points. If you have the option, like if you're buying a large chunk of your army at once, or if you have like a really good deal on call, then call's a fantastic pickup. So that's one of those things where it's like it's a little bit misleading sometimes when you hear things like that, and that's why I try to make it a little more clear in some of like the videos I make, is that it's not as simple as like, oh, never buy this guy when you're starting out, because hey, if you're building your army pretty quickly, you can buy call at the beginning. There's nothing wrong with that. There's no reason not to buy call at the beginning. It's just like if you're limited on funds and you just want to buy 500 points and all you're buying is 500 points, then yeah, call's not good. But if you're buying like 1,000 points, then call's perfectly fine. There's nothing wrong with him. It was half built, in fact, and the sprue was still almost intact. Jeez, that's ridiculous. that's a really good price. Protocols are totally different. Double shoot is now a 3+ ballistic skill, double fight is now 2+ weapon skill, and Aegis only buffs normal save. The phosphors are 2 damage now, though. Yeah, I mean, that's fine. Like, I'd honestly rather have more stable protocols, less expensive bots, and more options to do with those bots than have this double shoot protocol that makes them super expensive and forces you into a certain gameplay style that isn't as fun. You know what I mean? Like, there's just these situations where it's like you just find yourself like in a weird place because like that one ability warps the game so much. And that's just kind of like a thing about like game design in general. Sometimes you just end up in this weird situation where you don't want to be in that situation. I also probably should have played this a little better. Like, this round is a little bit messy on my part, but I think I'll be okay. How many health points? 5? Yeah. That's fine, I'll heal this guy up to full. He doesn't have self-healing, so I'm not too worried about like losing some healing on him. And I still can deploy a guy, which is nice. Just a few bits in the bag it was in. Yeah, I mean, that's, you know. Yeah, I guess it's hard for them to sell certain things like by themselves. So it's good to see that. This is so awkward because this guy can just walk up and smack him, but whatever. It's good to see that, like, you know, they're fair with their prices. And I mean, but when I say fair, I mean they're very good with their prices for for an item that's half built. It's good to see a fellow Canadian as well. Even if you never run Call, he looks incredible. I don't know if I'll ever run him, but I'm definitely going to get and paint him eventually. Yeah, Call is beautiful. Call is a very, very beautiful model. And I'll say this much as well. Call definitely is never bad in the meta. Call is always pretty decent in the meta. He's one of those units that, like, he pops up in places you don't expect him to pop up in. And that's pretty cool because it's just like you all of a sudden just like have this dude who just kind of appears out of nowhere and does a ton of work. There we go. That's what I wanted to do. So Call as a whole, he'll find a home eventually. Like, even if he doesn't have a home right away, he'll find one. The new Codex might have hurt him a bit, but I still think he'll be fine. Like, I don't think Call will ever be truly bad, if you know what I mean. I think he'll always be pretty decent. Or at least not, like... I think he might not be obviously decent, but I think he'll be decent in this... Wow, this guy's just letting himself get beat up. I think he'll just be decent in the sense that it's like... Oh, he can do what he needs to do. That's pretty good. So I think I can blow this guy up. Double gamma pistol. Well, I can blow up both these guys potentially. Not if I do that. But maybe I can scan. Maybe I can scan something. Can I scan this? No, I'm just out of range. I'm just gonna move this guy forward. I like the idea of moving this guy forward. Don't forget shoulder cannon for phosphor is 1 damage. Is it? That seems kind of strange. Is there any reason to kit out Skitarii Alpha with pistol and melee weapon? These options doesn't seem very good. Generally no. Again, I don't know, maybe they changed in the new Codex. But, well... Sorry, I'm thinking here a little bit. I guess I can move this guy here and potentially scan that, but whatever. I think the problem is like the special, like the pistol might be okay. Like if you have leftover points, let's say, a melee weapon or a pistol might not be the worst thing in the world. It's never going to be... I should use Mechadendrite to do this. It's never going to be like the thing that you go for. Like it's never going to be like, oh, I'm taking the special weapon on my alpha. But there are going to be situations where you look at it and you say, well, you know, I can pick this. I have 5 points and like I don't have a better weapon option to pick, and I might as well grab like a pistol or something. Oh, that's upsetting. I guess I can move there, poke away at this guy, and then scan this to get the point off it so he doesn't get it. That's a little awkward. Maybe he tries to move past me for whatever reason and I get to like poke away at him. Also, I'm terrible at deploying my Vanguard there. Only Kill Team? Yeah, Kill Team is a good place for some of those special weapons. Canadian representing in the stream tonight. I get a lot of Canadian viewers. I think like I actually don't get as many US viewers as I think people think. I get a good amount, like don't get me wrong, like ooh, attack opportunity for no reason. I get a lot of US viewers, like the majority of my viewers are US viewers, but my viewership is actually not as skewed as a lot of YouTubers, which is kind of cool because I get a lot of perspective. I'm always surprised about the prices in other places as well. Gotcha rifle it is then. Yeah. One thing to keep in mind though, by the way, you can put a rifle and you can take a special melee weapon. So like you could take a rifle and or at least it could. I don't know if it changed in the new Codex, don't get me wrong on that. But yeah, that's kind of something that was kind of cool, where it's like, okay, you get a rifle and a melee weapon, so you don't actually have to model the melee weapon, or you could put it like on the belt or something. And there are a couple cool things like that. Ooh, nice, I destroyed that. Let's see. Geez, I just realized I wasn't even subscribed. Oh, you weren't subscribed. That hurts my feelings. But now you are, so there you go. Fellow Canadians, Bran M says, Call was my first time using dry brushing. I painted it back, then dry brushed on light gray, and it looked amazing. Dry brushing is one of those skills that once you kind of learn it, you take your painting skills to a new level. Um, you know, it's a very the nice thing about dry brushing is it's a very introductory skill, but it's a very introductory skill where you see the results very clearly, and I think that's very cool. Ooh, I can shoot this guy twice potentially. Um, yeah, nice. I get to shoot this guy twice. Yeah, special ability, nice. Um, nice. Wow, that worked out well. But yeah, so dry brushing is one of those skills where it's very preliminary, but it's very effective and it's very layered. So like dry brushing, you can do a lot with, a lot more than you think you can do with it as well. Because I think there's a lot of times people assume just because it's kind of that introductory skill, it's not something that's very evolutionary to painting. But as you get like better, you find different ways of employing dry brushing that you didn't necessarily think of when you first started out. And even to this day, I find new ways of using dry brushing that's really cool. New Codex call is weaker, but I think still fine. Yeah, I mean, he did go down in points, so his points decrease is probably reflective of like his slight weakness, but that might be a good thing as well, because maybe you can include him in more lists now. Let's see. The arms guns are 2 damage, but shoulder cannon is 1, plus 1 is 24 inches, 1 36 inches. That's weird. That's just weird. Why would they do that? It's never good when like you have 2 guns that are very... Do they have different names at least? Because if they're the same gun and they have that kind of weirdness to them, that's never good. That's never good. Attack of opportunity. Call got 20-point drop. I think Kid is slight buff and side grade. Yeah, I can see that. A lot of our stuff seems like it's that kind of side grade and everything else, where it's kind of I'm just gonna run, I guess. Yeah, I can just run, right? Yeah, I can just run. There's nothing I need. Let's see if I can run here. Because if I can scan this... Oh, I have 3 cognition points. I don't know how that happened. Oh, whatever. I'm probably going to spawn Necrons and stuff, but that's fine. Yeah. I think a lot of our codes got side grade. Because I think a lot of times it feels... Well, I just did kill all enemies. Unless it spawns new enemies. Nope, I just won. Yeah, I think a lot of our stuff got side grade. And a lot of it got better in the process of that side grade as well, to some extent. I gave my Vanguard Alphas melee weapons, but I run Flavor for Ryza, so I don't listen to me when it comes to strategy LL. Hey, yeah, if it looks cool, who cares, you know? Maybe don't forget to pay for data tether. That could be a thing. Ryza might be good. Sterilizers are scary. I think Ryza's going to be one of the winners of the Forge Worlds. I think it's going to be Ryza, Agrippina, and maybe Lucius, maybe Mars, depending on what we see. I haven't seen enough yet to like make a decision on Mars. Ryza rework for the Codex looks excellent, I agree, yeah, but I just historically haven't cared about their strength because I love them. Yeah, I think last Codex, Ryza was pretty close to playable, and I think this Codex gave them some good tools. Like, I love Ryza. Ryza just has a lot of cool lore. If you haven't seen it yet, I think in the Forge World video, the 3rd video of the Admech series, the original one, I want to say, was the one where I covered Ryza. I linked to one of Ludin 09's videos, and that made me really like Ryza a lot, because it's a story of how the heretics in Warhammer 30k essentially invaded Ryza from Mars, and it showed so much interesting stuff about Ryza as a Forge World that made me really like them. Especially because they get a stratagem where they can drop down, fire their guns, and go back to reserves on the same turn. What? Oh, yeah, okay. I see what you're saying. You're talking about sterilizers. I was going to say, if that's just the Ryza stratagem, that's crazy. But if it's just sterilizers, that makes sense, because they always had kind of the ability to do that, but not really. So that'd be kind of cool. That'd be really cool. I mean, it's limited, obviously, because there's only such a window you can do that in. I heard that Call was now Supreme Command, but it may be just a rumor. Can you confirm that? Because that would make him weaker, though, if he's Supreme Command. I guess it wouldn't, but it would. I'd rather he not be Supreme Command, just if he's, if they reduce his power level. I don't like the destandardization of weapons in the new Codex. They've never done this before, as far as I know. I agree. If they're destandardizing weapons and keeping very similar names, I think they shouldn't. I think they should make it a little clearer, or either standardize it or change the name of the weapons and things like that. I thought it was confirmed because he can now be in different Forge worlds. Oh, can he? That'd be cool. Mars units get full rerolls for hits from Call's ability. Huh. Okay. I'm banking on Rad Saturate, Forge World, Vanguard, and Sulfur Hounds all the way. Yeah, I like Vanguard. I like Sulfur Hounds. Like I said, I always wish that we had more stuff that interacted with Rad Saturation. It seems like maybe if they just gave the Dragoons Rad Saturation, maybe that'd be too good though. Also, I'll be right back. I'm gonna use the restroom. And I'm back. Let's see. So let me take a look what's going on. Is that? Oh no, it's Tech Priest. I was gonna say, is that a Space Marine for a second? An intrusive high-level background data is present in the local noosphere, in the part of the tomb corrupting sensor data and interfering with comms. If left unaddressed, the Xenos origination junk data could hamper the cohort combat effectiveness. Resourcefulness, create a data burst in the noosphere to counter the Xenos. Flood the noosphere with masses of junk data to overload whatever is creating the Necron one. Soldier on through. Let's do resourcefulness. Didn't really work out. Let's see, where am I headed to? I'm headed all the way back here. That's awkward. I'm just gonna try to avoid enemies. Let's see. Destandardization weapons. Mars units get full rerolls. I forgot the merch released for Admech, or the merch released for Admech, and the shirts look legitimately good. Yeah, those shirts look pretty nice. I do play Tyranids as well, and some people are advocating for Swarmlord to be Supreme Command, and I don't get why. So I don't get why Call should be Supreme Command. I agree with that. I think it's usually because if any character is kind of a name character or anything of that nature, people advocate for it to be Supreme Command. I see the logic on both sides a little bit, but I'd prefer Supreme Commands to be kind of a Lord of War super unit. You know, give us a knight and call it Supreme Command versus a smaller size character. I think the biggest thing would happen that gave a lot of people that kind of like viewed of it of special characters was Shadow Sun, for example. And for the longest time, I thought she just had the ability Supreme Commander, and then someone corrected me, and I was like, oh, I'm an idiot. Aaron Martin says, Call is confirmed Supreme Command. He has TPD reroll. Tech Priest Dominus' aura. Tech Priest Dominus' reroll aura of one's aura, which now applies to melee as well. Hey, that's a big deal. And can hand out rerolls all hits to one Mars unit in the command phase. Yeah, I mean, him being able to roll things in melee is kind of interesting. I'm a little sad he's a Supreme Command though. Would have liked him to be an HQ choice still. I guess he still is in some cases. Like he'll still be good. Just doing some painting right now. Anybody ever realize that the Arkmaul hand only has 3 fingers? I never noticed that. I'll have to check that out. Because I was planning to do some conversions with the Arkmauls. So there's probably something I should look into. The chamber contains a slab of glossy glass-like black material, possibly a repository of data. It might be part of Agrilex's collection of military accounts. Ransack. The slab must be a decoy. No. I'm going to return the slab. Well, I took some damage, but I got some blackstone. Fair trade-off. None of my guys were really that damaged. Ooh, the healing glyph. That one's green, we know it's good. But it healed the guy at full health instead of the guys that were damaged. Uh-huh. Okay. Okay. That's always awkward when it heals the... Okay. Guess there's nothing there. I'm gonna go this way. Maybe get some more glyphs. Let me grab glyphs. I don't know what either of these do. Honestly, after listening to Great Workbook, I'm a touch disappointed with Call's rules. He's good, but it doesn't really match his character. Yeah, that's always been kind of the case. Call has always been kind of an odd rule set, but I think they just don't want to change him to... This is always going to be the problem with how they do things and how the lore is because in the lore they can describe something one way, but the problem is once the rule set exists, if you change it too much, the people who own those models and who have put the time in to paint them and to build them and etc., they're going to be very upset if you change it drastically to a point where it's either not usable or functions in a completely different way. So they usually probably are going to change it very slowly over time versus making big changes. I got back from my first 3-round tourney. Also the first time I fought literally anyone else besides my roommate, so I'm just resting up. Oh, how'd you do? Did you do well in the tournament? Did you enjoy it? I mean, one thing I always try to do is I try to get more people into like tournaments and things like that, because I think they're a ton of fun. They're exhausting, but, you know, I've always found them fun. Even if I do poorly, I found them fun. I mean, I do get why Mortarion and Magnus are Supreme Command, but even Robute, but Swarmlord seems strange since it's a named character, but it's still spawned by the Hive Fleet birthing it. Yeah. I guess for like a Tyranid Supreme Command, it would have to be something big, but I guess at the same time, if it's just a big enough commander, I guess if it's like a high enough in the ranks of Tyranids, it could be a Supreme Command. There's always going to be something like that, though. There's always going to be this like kind of weird area with some of the stuff. His rules are Mars Leader guy, but his character is insane, mad scientist, and semi-Xenorite heretic. I'd love him to be weirder in game. I do agree. It's weird. For whatever reason, when I came back, and because Call was not a character when I left 40k, and when I came back, oh, that's not nice. When I came back, he was a thing, and he struck me the same way you said, but I actually thought he was a High Lord of Terra simply because of his Mars position. This one's the nice one. This one's bad, I'm pretty sure. Okay, so we reduced our initiative. There we go. And that should be the last point before the mission ends. Is it a combat? Yep, it's a combat. I got an even win-loss ratio, had a lot of fun, but tired at the round. Yeah, well, number one, that's really good for a first-time tournament, especially if you haven't really played against a lot of different armies or different players. You know, winning, having a good record like that, like even if you're 50-50, that's pretty solid. It means you know your army very well, and you probably just need to know your opponent's army a little better. Because again, 50% of the battle is knowing your army, 50% of the battle is knowing your opponent's army, and what they can do, basically. One thing I'll say, though, is tournaments are very tiring, and it doesn't matter what game it is. In Magic the Gathering, so when you're a younger guy, And this was kind of interesting. This is actually an interesting kind of Magic the Gathering story. Where am I going with this guy? There's a system there. I guess I have to scan that. I'm probably going to have to destroy all enemies anyway, so why am I really worried about it? But, let's see, there's... Okay, so I want to scan this because there's an Acanth right there, and I might steal my stuff. But, yeah, so there was an interesting story from Magic Tournament where there was this older guy playing, and he was a doctor. So he was, I think his name was Dr. Uppel. And he was in the top 8, and he was doing very well, and, you know, he ended up losing, but he got called over, and, you know, they're kind of like, well, you know, why did you play what you played? Because he was playing a burn deck, and burn decks are usually pretty simple, comparatively. They're just, you know, you burn the face until your opponent dies, essentially. And he had a very good response to it, which was, I'm an older guy, this is like a full day event, I'd rather just play something that, you know, it might be a little easier and it might give you less ability to gain an advantage from playing it. Because obviously if you play the more complicated deck, you have more abilities to make plays that kind of give you like an advantage in that sense. But the problem is when you do that, and you're not the youngest guy anymore, or even if you are a young guy, but you're just, you know, you might just be feeling tired that day or whatever, you can easily find yourself in a situation where you make your life harder. I'm too far out of range. Well, I'm just gonna leave this guy because this guy scans a full thing. Like you can make the tournament so much harder for yourself simply by essentially creating a situation in which you're having to think more often than you need to. And that's why I say sometimes like having an army that's easy to play, and I don't mean easy to play like not like that's mindless to play, but it's easy to play in the sense that you can essentially play it and you don't have to make as many decisions as your opponent has to make, because the less decisions you're making, like the easier time you're going to have, and the more decisions your opponent has to make, the harder time they're going to have. That's pretty nice. Destroys Praetorian. I don't know if I explained that correctly, but yeah, sometimes just like being able to play like the easier army is better than playing the harder army, because if you can't play the harder army consistently throughout the full tournament, even though you might reduce your overall, I guess, potential win rate. So like, you might reduce your potential win rate from say 55% to 54% or 50%. You still leave yourself potentially in a better situation than if you try to play the more complicated army, but find that you can't necessarily. I don't know. Hopefully that made sense. Let's see. Also, these Praetorians have had pretty high armor, so me hitting them the way I have been is probably not the smartest. Or sorry, not armor, but energy shields. So I probably kind of made my life a little harder there than I needed to. Anyway. Well, let's see, this is my last Tech Priest. So, what I'm going to do, I'm going to fill my cognition thing so I can summon units to start shooting things. Turn. Let's see what I missed in chat. I mean, I do get why Mortarion and Magnus. I got... Okay, sorry. Let's see, Papa Juice says, and now you know, and knowing is half the battle. Yeah, it very much is. Like, I know it sounds very cliche and everything, but it very much is. Like, the amount of stuff, like, oh, that's not good. I ate the cognition points. I didn't want it to eat the cognition points. Oh, wait, it's still their turn, so it's going to come back to me. That's fine. That's going to hurt, though. That's really going to hurt. Yeah, no, I mean, so much of it's knowing things just so you don't find yourself in a situation. These guys just give up opportunity attacks. Because, like, if you don't necessarily know, like, what your opponent's capable of, it's very easy to find yourself in a situation where you all of a sudden realize, oh, wait, this guy just did something I wasn't expecting. And... no, that's a bad place to put him. That might be an okay place to put him. No, that's a bad place to put him. That's probably a better place to put him. Actually, I probably maybe should put him over here somewhere if I could. Because this guy's going to get wrecked. But he does have this heal thing. So that's good. I could even heal him 5 more health points just to be safe. This guy is not going down. I guess I can just move and like... I think the attack opportunity is fine. It's gonna be like 5 though. 3 damage? Okay, I'm happy with that. Means I get a couple shots on this guy. Oh! I did not expect that. I'll be completely honest, I did not expect that. Oh, that's just mean. That's annoying. That's all kinds of annoying. That's really bad. That's really, really bad. No, I'm gonna blow this thing up. If I blow this guy up, then I get the point anyway, and I don't need the second point from here. And I think I'll be okay. Maybe? I don't know. If I don't blow it up, I servo skull. Like, I prefer to save the servo skull. Oh, okay, I blew it up. So I can just move. Can I reach? Can this guy reach? He's just out of range. Can move here. Scan. That's a little annoying because I'm kind of trapped there, but whatever. Oh, okay, no, this isn't the guy I want to be very shooty with. But I'm going to be shooty enough with him. Might be able to take out the second right. It's going to be kind of an awkward game. Kind of want to get a range to destroy that guy, but... Oh, that's awkward. Okay. Well, that worked out well. Where's this guy going? This game looks dope, kind of like XCOM, but with Admech. Yeah, that's pretty much what it is. It's very much like XCOM with Admech. It is pretty fun. I'll be honest, like, it's much funner when, like, streaming and stuff, because you get to chat with people, just, like, hang out. It's less fun when you're just kind of playing it by yourself, but that just might be, like, me. Can I reach this guy? I can't reach this guy. At least not yet. Well, can blow that guy up. Can probably destroy this guy. So I don't see why not. Get the points back for the most part. It's a little awkward because once again I deployed this guy and he kind of does nothing, but yeah, you know. Rather have him and not need him than need him and not have him. Oh no. Well. Maybe he will end up doing something. Oh, I didn't cleanse a guy. Oh, that was dumb. I'm in a position to shoot this guy. Oh. Oh, that's so mean. Oh, I'm out of position to shoot anything. Okay, I'll shoot this random turret that I don't care about. Oh, that's so bad. That's kind of annoying. It's kind of really annoying. But, you know what? Fight's almost over. I can do that. Probably blow this nut guy up. Jeez, he's still up. Well, guess I walk over to him, smack him with an axe. See if that does it. He does not want to go down. Can't even extract the command point. Well, I scan this one. I guess he has to move out of the way. All troops in range, attack a selected target. You know, I also always deploy my stuff, like, away from my troops. Like, I always deploy my troops away from this guy, who's the troop buffer. That's just like... What? That's nonsense. I didn't realize he could get me from there. I could have gotten him from there. Okay, where did... No. Just upset at myself more than anything. Screw it. I'm doing this. Well, I don't care. I get a cognition point out of that. Joke's on you. Don't have anything to heal him. See what happens if I just continue moving through this stuff. There we go, I get the cognition point back anyway. Blow that guy up. I'm gonna go scan this. And then if I need to, I'll start smacking away at it. Hopefully reduce my, cognition meter there a little bit. I don't even care if I waste the cognition because I still have... It's probably gonna say destroy all enemies. Yep. Okay. Easy enough. And the reason I don't care is because, well, number one, let's see if I can break this console. Number two, I just pilfer like 3 cognition points with the servo skull this guy has. But inversely, can I move over here and scan this? Let's see if I can reach this with my scanner. If I can get this with my scanner, yeah, there we go. Now I don't have to waste the servo skull. This guy's servo skull scans like 3, cognition points, so I'm okay with just having him there. Plus, ooh, let's sell this guy's servo skull. I don't even care if this guy shoots him. I just want to blow up this console to reduce this timer. So I can get more cognition points. Maybe I should have done that a little bit. I don't know. Can still reach it. I should probably be able to destroy it, right? Because I deal 3. 3, okay. If I can deal 1. Damn. Well, I mean, I grab the point here, I walk over here, shoot this guy with my last guy. Usually, from what I've experienced, if I just shoot this guy with my big gun, he should go down. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. I also mess up by leaving this guy in front of it. Yeah, I did mess up by leaving that guy in front of it. But just move here, shoot it with my other gun, reduce the timer a little bit. There we go. This deals 1 damage, so I can deal 1 damage to that guy. What I've got here. Let's see. So far, I've been building my army based on the lore rather than the meta, e.g. made Vanguard rather than Rangers because I prefer the lore description of the radium carbines over the galvanic rifles. Anybody else making this mistake? I agree with Branham. Branham says it's not a mistake, it's how properly enjoy the hobby. You're doing it right since there isn't really any wrong way to enjoy your army. Being at least a little competitive is also important. So I agree with both points, but here's the thing is, Here's the thing that I always try to like encourage people to kind of understand and like kind of find a way of enjoying the hobby in this sense. There's always a level of fun to being a rogue builder. And in Magic, there was always like a group of people who built things that they enjoyed and they could still do well at tournaments. So for example, I guess the biggest thing is in the 2000 point list video that I did, I posted one of the list posted was Rook's list, and Rook's list is very, very against the meta because it's just infinite Vanguard, and he still does very well at large tournaments. But some people would post and be like, "Oh my God, this list will never work. It'll never do anything." But he was doing very well. So like, the thing is like, if you enjoy something, you can build it and you can enjoy it and you can find a way to make it successful. And when you do make it successful by building something that's kind of unique to yourself, you can do very well. And this is like a video I want to make. Is like I want to make a video that talks about a lot of these topics because I think there's these kind of two sides of like the pendulum. One side says, oh, well, you always have to net list, otherwise you're not competitive. The other side says, well, you should never net list. In reality, there's some in between. Like when you're first starting out, it's not bad to basically net list or get a army list. I was gonna say a deck list, but these aren't decks. Get an army list offline and play it a couple times just to get a feel for it and to get an understanding. And there's 100 different ones, so you can usually find one that's pretty close to what you want to build. And then you can say, okay, well, how can I modify this to be more my own kind of thing? But I think there is a value to it, and like there's certain like choices I make that probably aren't meta standard. And the other thing I want to say is when I make the 2000 point list videos, I usually try to find a mix of different lists, including ones that might contradict some of the stuff I said during the videos that I made, because it shows that, hey, in this specific situation, you can build an army in a different way than people normally build it, and it'll be successful. Because I rated like the Doomsday Arc very low, but there is one specific build of all vehicles essentially where the Doomsday Arc is very good. So like it's this weird thing where like you can find these like scenarios where you can make something really fun and cool. What are cognition points exactly? They're just a resource. So like different weapons, for example, like to deploy a unit, I need to spend 2 cognition points. To fire certain weapons, I need to spend cognition points. And then you can use them to like get an extra movement step. So you can basically spend 1 cognition point and gain think about it like command points. So like if I spend 1 cognition point, I double my unit's movement, and then I can spend another one to get triple the movement. But then like one guy has a really powerful weapon, but it costs 3 cognition points to fire. So like it's a resource, and then like a troop costs 2 cognition points to deploy. So it's stuff like that where you have to kind of like, it's just a resource. I don't look at points until I'm trying to put models on the table. Yeah, that's one way to play it. I like to look at points beforehand, but again, if you can, I would say that's a little more casual than I like playing, but there's a middle ground to that as well. Vanguard are still good for cheap frontline troops. Yeah, Vanguard are fantastic. The other choices are Breachers, Servitors. Yeah, Rangers are still good. Destroyers see play every now and then. I mean, pretty much everything in Admech was good. I don't know if it's going to be good in the new Codex, but if it's anything like the old Codex, it's going to still be like possible to play pretty much anything. Even like the regular Servitors, even though they're not a troop unit, they saw play in recent times as big units with multi-meltas and things like that. When I was building my Sulfur Hounds, everybody was saying to build the Raiders. Yeah, so here's the thing, is going back to like what I was saying earlier was, so Raiders are the better unit in a sense. So like the Raiders are a better utility unit, so they're very easy to put into any list. However, Sulfur Hounds do see play as well. So Sulfur Hounds are more of a strength unit, and Raiders are more of a utility unit. So Raiders give you more things to do, but Sulfur Hounds are better in raw power level. So you'll see lists that include 3 units of Raiders and like 2 units of Sulfur Hounds. So there's nothing wrong with like one or the other, and that's what I think a lot of people miss. Like a lot of people get in this like tunnel vision of like this is the right unit to build and everyone should build this unit. But in reality, you look at some lists and you're like, this makes no sense, but it does well, and it's just because of the player. And you also have to think about it this way: if your opponents are probably going to be playing against meta lists to practice. So if you go to a tournament and you bring something that no one's seen,
and this is like an advantage that like new armies have. You bring an army, and your opponent's like, "What are those units?" And you're like, "Oh, they're Sulfur Hounds. They're kind of like Raiders." They're like, "Oh, okay, so they're like kind of a weak unit that can kind of screen." And then all of a sudden, you run up and you just burn them to death. Like they're going to be very surprised and you're going to catch them off guard. So there's always a benefit to bringing like off meta things. But again, like people are going to know what Sulfur Hounds are because they're good enough, and people are going to be generally familiar with Admech stuff. But you can find situations where you bring something that people don't expect, and then all of a sudden they're just surprised and they don't know what it does, so they don't know how to play against it. And that's another thing that's like very advantageous to people who build off meta is you find yourself in situations where you get advantages simply because opponents don't know what your thing does or how to play against it because they've only practiced against certain things. And again, go back to knowledge is half the battle. Raiders were good for cheap scouting units that move, block enemy units, screw up charges. Yeah, exactly. The stratagem that made them worth taking was revised, so Sulfur Hounds will also see the light more. Yeah. I think Raiders were just good overall. They were just like a cheap unit. So like the thing about Raiders was the amount of stats you got and the amount of abilities you got was just so high. So even without the stratagem, like they were still fine, and they were just very mobile. They just brought a lot of firepower. It wasn't like great firepower, but it was just enough with all the like stacking abilities. And then in addition to that, mobility's at a premium of 9, so a lot of armies brought them. Like knight armies would bring raiders, and like custodes armies would bring raiders, simply because they had so few models. So getting that extra mobility from those raiders was very powerful. But then, like again, screening, like you said, the stratagem was very good. So it was all these like little things that added up. Sulfur Hounds, on the other hand, were just like, it's a powerful unit. And the other thing was that you had Iron Striders, Raiders, Sterilizers, Sulfur Hounds, all competing in the same unit type. So people had a really hard time, especially because Iron Striders were so popular and Raiders were so popular that Sulfur Hounds saw less play. But then as Iron Striders kind of went out of the meta a little bit, Sulfur Hounds started to see more prevalent play. So they were already kind of breaking into the meta. And I think if Raiders have gotten worse, as you said with the stratagem being gone, I think you're going to see more and more Sulfur Hounds. I definitely see that as being a thing. Hey, I know. Welcome to the stream. How you been? Had a lot of viewers tonight. A lot of new faces too, I think. Yeah, like I said, like just going back to it. Sorry, I'm just on the topic a little bit in my head now. I really like one thing I want to really encourage is people to not view tournament play as a very static thing. And like I said, there's a video I have in mind that's just kind of an introduction for players who might not consider going to tournaments and things like that, to basically break it down and say, hey, there's a lot more to it than a lot of people might assume, because I think a lot of people like post on the competitive subreddit and they realize people are a lot more inviting than they believe, and there's a lot more depth to, especially 40k. Like 40k has so much depth to it that you can make pretty much anything work. Like it's not like some games where you're very limited to your resources. 40k has such a wide variety of rules and resources that there is no, I don't think it's solvable. Like sometimes there might be solved situations, but for the most part, I think it's a very hard game to solve. Ooh, my voice is going out today. I don't know what it is. It's all crackly. Probably just, I don't know. Good man. And it's just iron. Oh, is my last initial? Okay, I'll keep that in mind. So the start to move while being charged is gone. I don't know. Might be. Tactical Oblique, is it gone or is it just different? Melee is super strong in this codex. Yeah, it is. Rust-Tuckers look crazy for how much they cost. Like, I think Rust-Tuckers are going to be a big unit. Dragoons seem to have gone way better. Dragoons, Rust-Tuckers seem to have gone way better. I haven't heard anything about Electro Priests, so maybe they've gone worse. but nobody's really complaining about it. So Pyro was saying that fist bots got better, and if fist bots got better, I'm happy because they look really cool with the fists. They don't look as cool with the gun. If sterilizers and sulfur hounds are good, then they're also pretty good in melee. Mars is still OP. Oh, hey, welcome to the stream, CT Crusader. How you been, man? I remember you used to comment a lot. Rustalkers being good make me so happy. I'm with you 100%, Ian. Or is it Ian or Ian? Because I've heard people pronounce the spelling both ways. But yeah, no, Rustalkers are beautiful models, and I was super sad that they were always bad, especially Infiltrators being bad, and just like seeing them be like really good now. Then again, Rustalkers were already starting to see a little bit of play because of the stratagem, and they're just a cheap unit. So now that they're actually like pretty threatening, it's pretty cool. Enemy units can redeclare after Oblique. Oh, okay. Electro Priests are core. Oh, that's kind of cool. Next build is going to be some Rock'em Sock'em robots. Remember, magnetize them. They're very easy to magnetize. You can even probably build them so the gun's like in the center of the palm, so you can play them as either one. But always make sure you can swap between things like that, especially when it's easy like that. So you now can swap either hand, piecemeal. Oh, okay, so you get to pick one weapon or the other. That's cool. So one blaster and one gauntlet. Yeah, I think Pyro mentioned that earlier. Oh, by the way, you can have Castellans with one fist and one gun also. Hi. Hey, yeah, it seems to be the thing that people are... I don't know how good it's going to be, though. I mean, having one fist and one gun is pretty good. Especially if you can have the shoulder gun as well. Because now you can use those melee attacks a little more efficiently instead of having to have one or either. But you do give up the firing, so that's kind of sad. Like, giving up one of those guns is kind of a big deal, but... I don't know. I feel like you still kind of like, if the guns haven't changed, I still feel like you use the guns all the time. It's pronounced Ian? Ian? Okay. Good to know. Yeah, I've heard it both ways, so I always ask. Been busy with E. coli? E. coli? Sorry, I don't know. Not sure what that is, unfortunately. Electro Priests are both still good. Both types are 15 points. Corpus Scary gained an AP. Fulgurites are flat D2. That's nice. Yeah, I like when they flatten the damage. I'm not a big fan of like rolling. I mean, I like rolling dice. Everyone likes rolling dice, but at some point you get to a point where you're rolling. You roll to hit. You re-roll to hit. You roll to wound. You re-roll to wound. You roll damage. You potentially re-roll to damage. It gets, a little excessive. Each gauntlet gives you another attack. Yeah. That makes sense. But the problem I have is like, okay, well, when you put one gauntlet, let's say, like one fist on a Castellan and one gun, you kind of find yourself in this weird middle ground where if you're shooting all the time, you're not as good. And especially since vehicles could shoot before in combat, it's a little awkward, but I guess it's not the end of the world. I still feel like the guns might be a little better, but at least now you have the option. I'm sure someone will find a way to make it work. I do like my lead downrange. Also, really? Ecole is school in French. Oh, okay. That's cool. Hey. Yeah, I thought... Oh yeah, I thought it was E. coli at first too, and I was like, oh, I hope it's not. I hope you're okay. What's it called? But yeah, okay. So French. I know a tiny bit of French. I know very little French. If you want to, the extent of my French is je suis. I am. What's it called? Je suis au repos. I'm going on break. Things like that. Because I worked with some guys from Creole a while back, so I picked up a few terms here and there. I'm probably also terrible at when I say it. Like comment ça va or ça va bien, etc. I like languages though. I should probably actually commit to learning more languages at some point. What did I just do? Oh, okay. I also got this thing now. I can deploy a unit for 1 command point, or cognition point. Also, for new viewers, you'll realize really quickly I use command point and cognition point very interchangeably. I mean, like, very interchangeably. Huh? Did I not equip this guy? Oh, I didn't equip this guy last game. Oh, because I equipped this thing. Okay. I kind of want to take this off and put on a Mechadendrite because he does have 2 pistols, but I don't really want to do that either. He should be around troops at all times. Let's see. Okay, I got this guy already all upgraded. I think this guy wanted, I think I wanted this. Yeah, because this lets me reduce the the cognition cost by 2 on the gun there, the like Volkite blaster. And I do open up a servo spot. I guess I can replace one of the Mechadendrites. They did reduce the Electro Priest Sif and Vigor to 4++ after our kill. I think we all saw that coming. Hey, Ethan D, welcome back to the stream. Hi, just popping in to say hello for a second. Hey, welcome in. By the way, we have your own Tech Priest now. He is a Secutor, so he stayed true to the word there. Let's see. Castellan's lost their double shoot. Yeah, someone mentioned that they reduced the power level of the protocols, so now it's it bumps the ballistic skill up or the weapon skill, which is fine. I'm fine if they want to reduce, because the problem was the Castellans were always they were a very committal unit where you had to commit very heavily to them, and you had to kind of play around that one protocol. So it's nice to have the option to essentially have a much more consistent unit than one that you're essentially playing around one very specific build and in a very specific way, and if the board or the opponent don't line up, you kind of cripple yourself. But yeah, it's not too bad, but French is a hard language. I hear that. So the funny thing is about it, as I also noticed, one thing was depending which French you learn, it's also different. So there's Creole French, which is one, then there's Canadian French, and then or Quebecois, and then there's French. And what was funny was I remember talking to a Canadian person. So in France, from what I understand, they say, oh, have a good weekend, essentially, and they use the word weekend. In Canada, they use like the proper French version of saying weekend. Like I forgot what it was like. Man, I forgot it at this point. But I used to talk to him, and I used to say it. Because depending who I was speaking to, it would be different. So it'd be like the full French version of it, or just French and then weekend at the end of it. I'm a Secutor, yo. Yeah, you wanted to be a Secutor. Heck yeah, thanks. Yeah, hey, true to my word. Doesn't they gain mortals on 6 though? The Castellans, I mean. Do they? I don't know. That'd be cool. I'd like that. Yes, we say fin de semaine. Yeah. And they say what? Fin de weekend or something like that. I know very little French, but yeah, it's one of those languages I kind of picked up a little bit here and there. Again, I'm not gonna say I'm proficient by any means. I couldn't, if I was in France. Well, I've been in France, and I couldn't say anything to get myself anywhere. So I was like, English, please. Actually, it was funny. One time I was in Switzerland, and so I'm in Switzerland, and I go into this restaurant with my coworker, and I say, hey, do you guys speak English? And they're like, no, we speak French. They're like, no, neither of us do. And they're like, Italian? And we're like, no, we know even less Italian. I mean, my Italian skills go as far as come ti chiamo, mi chiamo, tech priest, or whatever. And that's literally my entire Italian repertoire. I have a coworker who speaks Quebecois French. I also have a coworker who speaks Acadian French Canadian. There's multiple different French dialects. Oh god. There's too many. There's too many of them. I don't know any of them. I didn't see anything about mortals on sixes. You need Wrath of Mars. I like the new Wrath of Mars, by the way. That's one thing I want to say. I think Wrath of Mars is pretty cool. I like the fact that they're kind of reining in some of the mortal wounds, because we did get a little ridiculous at times with things like that. They did the same thing with Necrons and Mephrit. They just say weekend. Yeah, they do. And Squad 2 can easily use that for 1 command point because they'll be 10 power level. Oh, that makes sense. French uses a lot of English words for some reason. Yeah, I think that's pretty common nowadays. I know, like, so I speak Russian, and when my friends used to be over when I was younger and like in high school and stuff, people would come over and they would listen to me talk to my parents who spoke Russian, because we were immigrants to America, and they always found it weird because it would be just a bunch of Russian and then just a random English word thrown in every now and then. So it'd be like blah 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 PlayStation, you know, blah 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 blah, and they were always like, why do you just have random English words? And we're like, well, we never had a word for this in Russian, so we just kind of adopted the English version. 10 power level and under can use Wrath of Mars for 1 command point. Yep. Yeah, I saw the Wrath of Mars and some of the other stratagems. I think. Well, what do you think? What do you guys think are the? I guess who do you guys think is the biggest winner in terms of Forge World in the new Codex? Because we kind of saw that in the community post. So, I think Agrippina for me is the biggest winner in terms of Forge World power. But maybe other people have a different opinion on that. Also, let's start a Kefir mission. Oh, look at that. So, hold on. I'm going to test something. Here. Who is my... Is this guy my, What is this guy? This guy's a mix. Okay. So it's War of Wolves who has a special ability. I have a theory, and this theory might be very wrong, but I think depending on how you assign the priests in these positions is the order they go in. Either that, or they have some kind of inbuilt initiative that I have no idea about. So I'm going to put War of Wolves in the front, because he's the one who has that ability that generates a free command point, or a cognition point. I'm going to put... And he has the best scanning ability, so he gets the most command points, or cognition points. I'm going to put this guy next. I'm going to put Tech Priest third. And Ethan's going to go fourth, because he has the troop buffs. Because then I can deploy. What I do is I get the cognition points, I shoot, and then I buff or deploy. I take one of each special troop, because I'm a weirdo. Let's see. All Russian, I learned, I have to say, like Sean Connery, because I learned from Hunter for Red October. Yeah. I mean, the sillier of an accent you can put up when you speak Russian, the better off you'll be. Trust me. Russian is not a pretty language by any means. I think people hear me and they always think I'm yelling when I speak Russian. I'm not. I'm actually a very quiet talker, but they're like, oh, you sound so angry. And I'm like, it's just, I don't know, it just sounds that way. Well, here in Quebec, we're kind of surrounded by English-speaking people, so speaking it is kind of useful. Yeah, that's true. Quebec's a nice place. I've been to Quebec, Montreal. It's definitely nice out there. It's hard, though, sometimes, like, because I found that, like, sometimes, like, if you're in Quebec, they don't always, like, want to speak to you if you only speak English. Sometimes they kind of give you, like, the cold shoulder, but most of the people are pretty nice, though. Ryza won big. I don't know. Ryza feels like... Ryza got that nerf to the stratagem. And I probably overvalue the stratagem, because I just really liked the stratagem before. The abilities, like the dogma and everything else, definitely got a buff. So I think Ryza was pretty good. I don't know. Ryza became Blood Angels is pretty strong buff. Yeah. I mean, I think I'm probably overlooking Ryza a bit. Same thing with Lucius. Lucius is probably another one I'm just overlooking. Was Lucius the one that got plus 3 inches to the range? Mars is still probably strongest. I'd have to see that again. I haven't seen enough of the abilities to judge Mars. Lucius, Ryza, and Metallica next. Then Agrippina. Graia still looks pretty weak. I think Graia's okay. I think Graia's always going to be okay just because we have no way of interacting with Psychers normally. But I can see your point there. I can see your point that they're still in that kind of weird position. I guess the improved mortal wound feel no pain is definitely a nerf, which is a little sad because Graia was already kind of a fringe world. I always thought it was pronounced Agrippina, like the character in the movie Caligula. You're probably right, because Agrippina is, or Agrippina, or whatever is, it's a Greek god of some kind. So I'm sure I'm butchering the name. You'll learn this really quickly. I butcher the name all the time. Ever been to Quebec City? Yes, I actually stayed in a hotel when I was little. This was when I was a little kid, because I'm down in the Boston, Massachusetts area, so I'm not too far from Canada. Me and my parents drove up there to Canada as like a family trip, and we stayed in a hotel that was incredibly expensive, from what I remember, right next to where the big wall in Quebec City is. We had to walk, like it wasn't right at the wall, but it was like we had to walk a bit up there. Um, and usually I've been to Montreal, but I remember the wall, and I remember there was a fortress that we went to as well, because I always liked like fortresses and things like that as a kid. So that was like the family trip out there. The food there was delicious. The food was absolutely delicious in Quebec, from what I remember as a kid. Metallica is strong due to how many debuffs they can apply to everyone. Yeah, I mean Metallica is going to be ridiculous because of Warzone Caradon as well. Like, they have so much utility and so many options now. I think Metallica is like, um, even even without the Codex changes, I think Metallica was already very powerful because of what Warzone Caradon brought, and then the Codex made them even better. So you're probably right on that. The Metallica is probably way better than I'm even thinking. Was it a big castle-like hotel? No, it was a hotel downtown. I remember inside it had like it had that like interior where it had the balconies, right? Like you had the hallways, and you had like to look inside, and there was like a water feature inside. Again, this is from my childhood, so I might be misremembering. And the only reason we stayed there, because it was more expensive than we could really afford in a way, was because we kind of went to a couple places. They were all closed, or they were all full at the time, or something of that nature. And we eventually just said, okay, we'll stay at this place. It's only for like 2 nights. We'll find a way to pay for it essentially. Again, it wasn't like so expensive that it broke the bank or anything, but it definitely wasn't like somewhere we planned to stay, but we hadn't booked hotels in advance, which, because I think this was before you did that really. Like, you either booked through a travel agent and you paid a fee, or you just kind of showed up and hoped you'd have somewhere to stay. But it was like right downtown, and I remember you go up the hill. There's the big wall there with the gate. I remember they had a festival there. I think it was some kind of pride festival, because I remember there was a guy in a kilt dancing on something, and that's probably why all the hotels were booked, because they had some kind of event at the time, and we didn't even know about it. When we went there, it wasn't like we were going there for any reason. It was just like, oh, we can drive there. And I remember the border guard was very suspicious of us, because my my hair always changed colors as a kid. I don't know what did it. It went from like brown to black. So my passport had a different hair color, and he kind of didn't take kindly to that. But you know, I understand he was probably worried about smuggling or something like that. He was probably looking out for children, so I can't fault him for that. Let's see. I also just like Knights. Knights of the Iron Cog make me happy. Yep. I want them. I don't know. Did they do anything in the proper codex to make Knights easier to take? Because one big thing was in Warzone Caradon, the changes they made to the Knights was pretty cool. I still think they should have let you take knights within defense cohort, and I feel like that's going to get FAQ'd at some point. But it'd be cool to see knights being taken in the Admech Codex some way without having to spend a bunch of command points. Oh, I know this one. It's the Royal Plaza. I used to work at the convenience store at the back. Maybe. I mean, this would have been... Ooh, this would have been like 15 years ago or more. I feel more than 15 years ago. This would have been... Ooh, I'm trying to think. I was still a young kid. Like, I was still very young. I think it was middle school, maybe early... No, I don't think it was high school. I think it was middle school, which would have been over 15 years ago at this point. Yeah, so this is all off memory. It was definitely beautiful. Like, it was one of the most beautiful hotels I stayed in, I'll be honest. And it had, yeah, it was definitely a hotel that was just like absolutely gorgeous, but made me appreciate the finer things in life in a certain sense. You don't lose your Forge World or Mechanicus for taking knights. That's good. Only if you take auxiliary heavy detachment. Oh, that's lame. I mean, the auxiliary detachment was the easiest way to take knights, but just because you have to commit so many points to knights, that was the one thing I don't like. Balcony and such is really sounds like this hotel. It could be. Yeah, I mean it had almost like a waterfall on the inside. Not like a proper waterfall, but like a rock and like water. But again, hotels also change like very heavily. The only other time I saw a hotel with like a balcony inside though was in Mexico in the Barcelo. If anyone's familiar with that. But it didn't have any like nice. What the hell is all this? What am I looking at here? Kill all enemies. Okay, so then I'm guessing this is gonna do something at some point of the game. This is probably gonna spawn some nonsense. There's a Cryptek, an Acanthorite, Warrior, and a Praetorian. Okay, I have no idea what to expect here. But I feel like I'm gonna go to this direction. These are probably gonna open and close over time. Oh. Can I shoot through them? Out of range. Well, that's unhelpful. Also, no. My theory was wrong, because I put Werewolves first, and Werewolves is not the first one to move. So, the order I select the Tech Priest in does not change. The order of operation in terms of what turn they go. Let's see if I can shoot the Cryptek. Let's see if I can move. Here? See if I can get him. I can get him. Haha. Yeah. Just a little bit of damage. So once this wall falls, I'll go in there. Nope, this guy's slithering away. I don't know what he actually did there. Just kind of shambled. Oh, hey, it's Warwolf's turn. Guess what? I can just grab like all 3 cognition points. Oh, look at that! Look at that! That's nice. What happens if I just walk up to this thing? Can I just shoot through it? Can't shoot through it. Yeah, that was a bit of waste. I bet I can shoot that Cryptek from here. This guy has like infinite range. Yeah, there we go. Oof, he's still standing? Alright, nice. Okay, he has 4 health left. 3 health left. So I can probably get him done. Oh, I forgot to use my ability. Oh, I can use it next turn. Let's see. As such, yeah, it's really beautiful. It allows you to take any Questorius Knight for the detachment cost. Also, Knights of the Iron Cog being able to gain Canticles is nice. Yeah, I mean, Canticles are always nice. But they did change the Canticles a lot. Shroud Psalm on a knight. Did they change? How? Do you know how similar the canticles are? Because from what I saw, they changed them a little bit. Like Litany's probably gone, from what I understand. Guy's out of range. Yeah, this is just awkward. Wonder, do I have to scan this with a servo skull? Like, what do I have to do? Okay. Ooh. Wow. There we go. That's fun. I'm gonna deploy these guys. And they're probably gonna get instantly gibbed. Wait, hold on. What was this guy? He had melee armor, so I don't. I'd rather deploy these guys. And then I kind of just see what happens. That's awkward. See where this Praetorian goes. If he doesn't go here, okay, if he goes anywhere but that one guy, I'm okay with it. I just want this guy to shoot and take out this cryptic. That's all I want. Ah, I got a commission point too. Let's see, come on. Ah, not quite. Close though. Huh. Oh, there we go, the gate opened. There we go. I can probably destroy this cryptic pretty easily. Because I can do that. Goes down. I walk up to him, I poke him with my thing. Like a dendrite. Fire in this guy. I go walk up to him, I smack him with my axe. Well, does cost a cognition point, but what can you do? That's a little awkward though. Well, first I'm going to get a command point, or a cognition point. Then I'm going to whack this guy. Then I'm going to poke him away. There we go. Walk here. And I'm going to laser shoot this guy. Maybe I can kill him on shot. Not even close. 2 shots. There we go. Don't really want to do that, but whatever. Let's see. My pile of shame is about to hit 0. I promised myself I wouldn't buy any more minis until next month. Oh man, I don't think my pile of shame is ever gonna hit 0. I wish. Oh. Pile of shame just like infinitely grows. Doesn't help also that well, that I also have what's it called? A YouTube channel where I do all this stuff, so it's so much easier for me to just kind of. I also didn't shoot one of my guns. That was dumb of me. But you know what? I'm gonna say I meant to do that because I meant to go here anyway. Even though that was a complete mistake, I could have just stayed out, but. Jeez, that guy does not go down, huh? Cleanse the poison. In order? What is this guy made out of? Let's find out. Apparently just infinite health. Like, I get these guys have pretty high health, and if they have like armor and resistance. Oh, he's down. Okay. Okay. Let's say, would have been very upset if I couldn't have dealt with that guy. I'm like a foot away from this thing. Okay. That's whatever. I mean, to be fair, as long as this guy just doesn't kill the Necron Warrior, I can destroy the console. Okay. This is fine. This is fine. I destroy the console, I destroy the warrior. Everything's happy and good. Go away with a little bit of damage, but... I gain the Blackstone. Go smack this. How much health does this have? 2. Okay. 1 Mechadendrite hit. Mechadendrites are so good. Go. Scan this. Like, I really don't care about my servo skulls, because by the time I get into the next fight, it'll all be reset. So I just want to get the ignition points. Grab the last 2. I could have probably maybe grabbed the next. Could have probably grabbed the next ignition point, but I didn't. Not too weird though. I guess I get it off him, so I don't even need it, because I can shoot him. I can move into combat. In order: Shroud Psalm, Light Cover, Chant. Oh, okay. In order of mechanicals. In order: Chant of the Remorseless Fist. Okay, so Light Cover, Chant of the Remorseless Fist, +1 melee strength. Okay, so that's what we had. Incantation of the Iron Soul, ignore any and all modifiers to attrition tests, and 5++ force. That's nice. That really... Okay, see, that really hurts Graia, because that's like Graia's big thing, is I feel no pain against mortal wounds for the same. If it was like a 6++++, whatever it is, against mortals, then it would have been some reason to it, but that's kind of sad. Benediction of the Omnissiah, reroll 1 hit roll. Okay, it's not bad. Wound roll and damage. Oh, I remember that one. Yeah, that one's pretty good. I like that one. The fact that you can gain all those different mechanicals. Invocation of the Machine Vengeance. Roll 3 dice on charge and drop blows. Oh, that's really good. That makes so much more melee units so good. And Litany of the Electromancer. -1 to hit us in melee. Oh, they made Electromancer not bad. That's good. That -1 to hit might be very good. Like... -1 to hit in melee has always been pretty solid, and especially when you start stacking with other abilities, because so many units can have +1 to hit or +2. You kind of add it up pretty quickly. Anybody feel like Graia was just forgotten about, the writers in the new Codex? Yeah, a little bit. I'm actually kind of sad, because it seems like they did so many cool things with so many of the Forge Worlds, and then Graia just kind of got not that much. Because Graia has... What do they have? They pass morale tests. They have a 5+ feel no pain against mortal wounds. And then they have their still old stratagem, which negates psychic powers. And that seems kind of like it. It seems like they actually got weaker, which is kind of sad. Because you still have the same issues you had before. I guess you can still mix them in. Is there anything that stops you from mixing different Forge Worlds like you could in the past? Because if that stops you, then you're really in a bad place. Investigate the enemy. Investigate the Skitarii. Investigate the chamber. Let's find out Skitarii. Okay, that seemed to have worked out. Let's see. I want to get to here. So... nothing happens if I go here, which is nice. What happens if I go here? Get a ruin. What's my glyph? This one's a good one, apparently. Okay, so debuffs their initiative. That's the one thing I don't like about the game sometimes here, is because like some of the symbols are just like kind of hard to interpret. Not these symbols, but I mean like the symbols like the -- just looks like a dash dash. I think I've gotten this one before, so I know this one's bad. I don't know what this one does. What does this one do? There we go. And I think I go this way, because this one I don't really gain anything because I have full cognition. And I have full health on all my, like, basic duders. The chamber has bizarre sight of a Skitarii trooper suspended from the ceiling, displayed like a trophy to warn off those who might follow the lost unit. The Necrons must know the cohort is coming and are either trying to scare them off or lead them down the false trail. Ooh, follow the pathway, check the corpse, seek a path ahead. The corpse is at traps. Oh, got something. Figured it would be trap. Okay, so it's like that other one, but just better. It's like the double version of it. It's probably another combat. Hey, welcome to the stream, Aaron Martin. Can confirm -1 to hit in melee is sweet. Source have played mostly Metallica. Yeah. Oh wait, Aaron Martin was here the whole time, I think. Oh, I forgot the rider on the Incantation of the Iron Soul. What is the rider on the Incantation of the Iron Soul? Which one is that? Grai gets a 4+ feel no pain when using the mechanical. They are specifically mentioned. Oh, okay. That's nice. That's actually pretty cool. I mean, mortal wounds are becoming... So it's kind of interesting because they're kind of nerfing mortal wounds in one sense by limiting how many you can generate, but at the same time, mortal wounds are such a big part of the game that it's kind of nice that they're thinking about them in that sense. And if it goes to a 4+ feel no pain against things, that's pretty much as good of a save as you can get, because as we saw with Electro Priest, the 4+ is kind of like the limit to invulnerable saves as well. 3+ is incredibly rare nowadays. If you have refusal to yield, Dogma, Graia, it goes up to 4+, plus. Okay. For mortals only. Yeah, I mean, again, I don't ever expect to have a 4+ feel no pain on everything. That'd be a little too ridiculous. Like, the mortal wounds thing makes sense. There's no other way to ignore it. Now with the new Codex, I can validate charging my Vanguard into melee, not just for the laughs. Yeah, that's always something. Yeah, I've been here for an hour or so. Yeah, I remember your name after I read it. At first I looked over and I was like, who's this guy? And I was like, oh yeah, I said he was here for like ever. You know, it's one of those things where I'm pouring myself a drink real quick. Oh, it's old. It's one of those things where, you know, you see a bunch of names, you kind of forget over time. I'm terrible with names, I'm terrible with memory. Please don't hate me. If I ever forget that you were here before, I apologize significantly, and my bad. Plus, I'm having a little bit of an adult drink here, so my cognitive abilities are not the best right now. I like having an adult drink while playing games. So I don't want to deploy any units. I don't think... Well, wow, this is like a repeat. Acanthorite, Cryptech, or Acanthorite, Cryptech. This is kind of scary because it's going to take this. Like, the Acanthorite can just siphon this whole thing. I want to see if I can potentially just blow up one of the Acanthorites before it does anything. Which I should be able to do with my Bulkite Blaster. That's awkward. I kind of just want to position. But I can move here. I can position and get a couple shots off on this guy. I guess it kind of starts the process. I don't think I can shoot anything else because of the walls and stuff. Do I want to heal anyone? I don't think I need to really heal anyone. I guess I can heal him. I have the extra cognition points. Maybe that's a mistake. I'll find out though. Is okay. I'm not offended. That's good. Let's go. Don't worry, I'll find a way to offend you at some point. Well, I gotta go. Thanks again for all the tips, Tech. Hey, happy to have you here. Thank you for stopping by, and have a great night. See if I just blow this guy up without even having to. Now, let's see how close I need to get to before I... Okay, there we go. I can reach him. The thing is, I don't want to use this guy's cognition scan because he gets all of the cognition points. I'm gonna move here. I think that's probably a pretty good amount of damage on that guy. Okay. So, I think what I'm going to do is I'm going to shoot there. Okay. See how close this guy is to dead. Okay, he's just dead. Well, that worked out very well. There we go. All part of the plan. The reason I wanted to do that, really, instead of just blowing this guy up, was because I could probably reach this guy if I move into a position where I can see him. Because this guy has like infinite range, like this. So there's a chance I just deal a lot of damage to this guy. Or maybe he has a big shield, so I don't know. I forgot to use this again. But that's okay. Because I can scan here, and then I can summon a guy back here somewhere. Ooh, that feels so good. Just gotta summon him back here. Nah, I'm gonna summon back here. He's hard to reach there. Maybe not. I don't know. I feel like this Cryptek's gonna be kind of a pain. And then I can position this guy. Well, where do I position this guy? I position him here, because I think we just run through this hallway, get to that cognition point thing, and then we're good there. Nah, that's fine, you know. I know you need the memories for keeping track of all those factions, specifically all the new Space Marine releases. Yeah, it's crazy. I'll be honest, like, Space Marines have so much stuff. Like, it's insane how much, like, depth they have. Like, Space Marines are basically a faction themselves. Just because you have, kind of all the different stuff in there. You know, you have Dark Angels, which play like their own thing, Space Wolves, etc. Definitely think it's one of those things where, you know, White Scars, Salamanders, Raven Guard, they all kind of have their moment in the sun as well. Never feels like one or the other is completely dominant. Oh, this guy's getting... Oh, okay, maybe not. Eyeballs and mini painting every time. Yep. And actually, I hadn't painted minis for a little while, so I started painting them again today. Uh-oh. That's bad for this guy. So I hadn't painted minis for a while. Well, it's not to say I hadn't painted anything at all. I just hadn't painted anything that was, like, kind of complicated. So it was one of those things where it was like, well, you know, I guess I want to move here. I want to servo skull this. Or no, wait, can I scan it? I can't scan it. Nice. I didn't screw that up completely. So I hadn't painted anything like complex in a while. And ultimately what ended up happening was I started painting again. As anyone knows, if you take a little break, you start again, you feel like you're terrible at it. At least I do. And what ended up happening, so I can move here, grab 2 cognition points, move into combat with this guy and beat him up a little bit. Ah, I got all 3? I didn't want to do... Oh no, I guess I got all 3 because I used one. And, you know, you do the first couple base coats and you're like, this doesn't look good. And then eventually you get it, like, nice and clean and you're like, oh, this looks fantastic once you start getting a couple of coats on there. So I was excited. I'm actually painting a Space Marine very slowly. And I'm also painting a Iron Strider, which I've magnetized and everything. So I'm pretty excited about those. Out of range. That's unfortunate. I guess I can move up and smack away at this guy, because I can take a cognition point off him anyway. I can do this, grab a cognition point. Also, that was a bit of a mistake on my part, but I can cover up my mistake for not shooting this guy by knocking him back. See, it's all part of the plan. Remember, if you make a mistake, play it off as a proper choice. Okay. I was just reading about the new Codex, and apparently you can pay 1 for 2 transvectors if they are in the reserves, but when they come in, you must drop the troops immediately, so Admech drop pods. Reading about the new Codex, and apparently you can pay 1 for 2 transvectors. So you get 2 transvectors for the price of 1? Huh. That'd be interesting. I'd be okay with that. I mean, like, the transvector's not, like, terrible in itself. Like, it's not great, don't get me wrong. But it's definitely not, like, the worst thing in the world. So what I'm going to do is I'm actually going to use this ability. So I'm not, like, terrible at this game. I'm going to shoot this guy. Let's see what happens. Oh, he just melted. Let's see if I can... I'm going to just take this thing out. Yeah. Also, one other thing that's pretty cool that I saw, and this gets blown up. That's nice. So you reduce the gauge a little bit. Was apparently the Dune Rider went up to transport capacity of 12. A 12 transport capacity Dune Rider is pretty nuts. Not gonna lie. Like, that's crazy good. Oh yeah, this guy's alive. Huh. Well, that's awkward. Well, I'd rather give him an opportunity attack than leave him on this side of the fence. I'd rather get all of them on this side of the fence, because this fence is probably going to go up again. And I'm not going to be able to. Plus I get the 2 shots. You know, that's something. Oh my god. I am bad. I am all kinds of bad. Really? Still up? Huh. Okay, well, I mean, what can you do? Guess I heal myself. There we go. Yeah, so what did you mean by the transvector being able to double up? Because that sounds really cool, but I'm not sure I understood. Where's he going? Huh. He went there. Ow. Yeah, I mean, 12 infantry is all... Uh-oh. That's a crit tech. That's this thing, too. Just deploy everything. Ooh. If I can just take this guy out. I really just can't. But I can run this guy around. Repaired. That's annoying. But this guy's gonna go down probably. And then I'm gonna move away before I cleanse, because I don't know if the attack opportunity this guy's gonna get is gonna do anything that I don't want it to do. This one is harder to destroy than I wanted to, but I can have a firepower here to pretty much not care about these guys. Speaking of rationalizing your mistakes, all my Admech have heavy tide marks from learning how to use washes, and I tell myself it's because they cover themselves in motor oil. There you go. Actually, that kind of looks cool sometimes. I'm not gonna lie. I've seen some washes that even though they're kind of heavy, like it still looks pretty awesome. Not gonna lie. Sometimes, you know, sometimes, like Bob Ross said, there's no mistakes. They're just happy accidents. Some of the stuff I've learned also have just been... Ooh, dodge. What's it called? Some of the things I've kind of learned by accident have been stuff like that, which is always cool. Jeez, this guy just does not go down. I can take this guy down, I'll be happy. What is this thing? He's still standing. Just gonna scan him to find out what the hell's going on with this guy. He's gonna have like 1 health. Okay, 2 health. Wow. Wow. Okay. It's always a little depressing when you're like, I sunk all this into this guy and he's still up. He's still up. What does he have? Armor or? He has armor, but if I just do that, he'll explode. There we go. This guy gets an attack opportunity. It does nothing probably. 0 damage. Perfectly fine with that. That's not a bad thing. Like I said, it's not a bad thing. It's just kind of an awkward thing where you're like, it's hard mode and the upgrade's kind of stacked in such a way that kind of a god. Huh. He survived. Well, can do 1 damage to him. Okay. That's why he survived. Yeah, whatever. I also think I can probably finish off that crypt. So I didn't move this guy. Speaking about your mistakes, I didn't move that guy. So now I can't easily shoot that Cryptech. I had the opportunity to move him. I didn't though. Well, let's see if I can use... I haven't used this ability, right? Let's see if I can use this ability. Why can't I... What does this say? All troops in range attack selected target. Okay. Yeah, that kind of did nothing. Didn't really expect it to do anything, but... that's so miserable. Well, whatever. I screwed up on so many levels there. But if I can destroy this guy, I'll be happy. Jeez, he's still up. Oh yeah, this guy's alive. Huh. I mean, he's not gonna be, but... Go blast this guy. Okay, one health left. Yeah, it's a little annoying. Okay, let's see. You can essentially deep strike the transvector with 12 infantry inside, 6 in each. You can essentially deep strike transvectors with 12 infantry inside, 6 each. Okay. Special rule for just them. You need 2 transvectors. So do you have to pay full price for 2 transvectors? Took me 2 months to build a castle and only finished because my dog died. Oh, sorry to hear that. Really sorry to hear that. Oh, man. May she rest in peace, and it still looks bad. Only redeeming quality is the dog face on the left pondrel. Yeah, sorry to hear about the dog, man. That sucks. I know the feeling. But, man, you got the castlings done. That's something. And, I'm guessing the, pauldron there is kind of a commemoration, a mural of sorts. Anyone look at an infiltrator gun and think, which magazine does he reload? Yeah. I don't know. Probably reloads one of them. It's always interesting to see, like, magazines and things like that. Like how, see, there's some logic behind, like, how guns are made and things like that, but at the same time, I sometimes, like, you know, in movies and stuff, you hear, like, people talking about guns, and you're like, wow, none of this makes any sense. Okay, so this guy gets destroyed. Move here just to destroy this Necron. This battle's pretty much over. Well, I did kind of trap myself here. I could have positioned... Wait, what? I thought this guy was... dead. I thought he was on his knees. What happened? I screwed that up. I thought he went down from this guy's attack. But apparently he didn't. Huh. Go figure. Yeah. Oh, okay, he has a bunch of life left. He must have gotten healed. Oh, maybe this guy healed him or something? Did I just, like, miss that? Oof. I think I do enough to destroy him, but it's at a big cost. Okay, let's let a little less of a cost. Because now I can move here and start smacking this guy around. I'm gonna destroy this guy. There we go. I should be able to destroy this guy. There we go. Easy mission. I'm just looking forward to the Knights Codex. Yeah. I want to do a nice series on Knights. Like, once their Codex comes out, I'll probably do something on them. Probably do most of the new Codexes. I have a series plan for the Drukhari Codex as well. I've just been lazy about it. It does also seem like the Drukhari, I know in the last couple of streams I've been saying that maybe they'll probably get a nerf because they've been so dominant. It finally seems like they're kind of being tampered out a little bit to a point where they might be balanced, so we might not see a nerf to them anytime soon. We might see the Drukhari kind of being pretty solid, but not like broken or anything, so they might stay at their current power level. Though they are very strong, and they still show up at like every top table, so maybe there's like a minor tweak somewhere. No, it's just a happy mistake for them. Oh, there you go. Sometimes things come along like that, where, you know, they come together and you get it. You end up with this kind of nice thing out of a bad situation. I always try to look at the positive things. Like, I try to be a positive person in most things. You know, it's hard sometimes, but, you know, as long as you can kind of keep a good attitude and everything else. In the far future, Knight Lancer is one of the best bang for its buck. I like armigers. Armigers look really cool, especially with the, like, twin cannons and stuff. Like, a part of me always kind of thinks, Knights are a little goofy looking. Especially when they, have, like, a not like Knights themselves are goofy looking, but, like, when they have a melee weapon of some kind. Because it just seems so massive. It makes sense against other Knights, but then when you start thinking about, like, ground troops and stuff like that, You realize like the stomping is probably just easier. So I guess in like a world where like there's a lot of targets like knights, it makes sense. So what does this Explorator thing do? I guess we'll get into mouse stats. Machine Spirit attacks do more damage. I have no idea what the power field generator does, but it seems interesting. Let's see. Wasn't someone getting upgraded to be like something? I feel like someone was supposed to be upgraded to this. To Engine Seer, but I guess I just like gave up on that at some point. This guy seems like the cheapest to upgrade. Here's to all the Night Houses having full fleshed out playstyle. Like House of Volcar, why do I like all the guys who are mediocre? Hey, sometimes cheering for the underdog is always fun. I like all the Night Houses. I don't know enough about Knights to have a favorite Night House, but I like their lore. Like I said, the Ryza video from Luden 09 was really cool about Knights and stuff like that. Made me like them a lot more, and made me more interested in them. So I probably have one. I think the Ryza, whatever house the Ryza Knights are with, one model left to get on his base, and just a little touch-up work and painting up 10 bases. That's always the hardest part, is those last minutes, because you're like, oh, I know I'm done, but like, gotta get these last few touches. I always had these like models where like, I'd finish them 90% and I would have like one weapon to paint or something in a sub-assembly, and I would just like drag on forever. That was one of my Cataphrons. Like the third Cataphron I did just took forever. For what model? What do you mean for what model? Or are you asking Papa Judas there? Let's see. So do I keep going down this path, or do I go down this path? Restore 2 more HP. That's pretty solid. I like this. I like the fact that you just restore health on everyone to maximum. But this just gives me an extra threat. I like this. Let's go here. What do I already have? I have this. I have double shoulders because I'm an idiot. 1 physical damage. I like this. What am I at? Blockstone. I can upgrade this guy one more time. I don't really get anything out of this upgrade besides an extra slot, essentially, but I'm also kind of critically low on Blackstone, but yeah, we'll see. I think I take that off. I think I do that. Let me get some armor on this guy. Still don't have gloves. I would have had gloves, but I don't have it. I'll get them on the next one. Let's see. He has a scanner. He has a thing. How many augmentation slots? 1. I guess I can open this up and get a 2 damage Mechadendrite. Or I could just give him another Mechadendrite. Or I can give him this thing that takes a cognition point. I think I like this thing more. Yeah, that's what I like. For what model unit? Oh, okay, you're asking about Juice? Yeah. I never know. Never know. I have a big ego, so I always assume everyone's talking to me at all times. Guys, there's a Castle robot up for grabs. Like, we have to do this mission, right? There's a Castle robot. I have to do this one. If I fail this mission, I'm gonna feel so bad. I would feel so bad if I fail that mission. I don't think I failed that mission though. I feel like I'm a little OP at this point. I have a 6-man squad of Sulfur Hounds because I forgot to make alpha with the first 3 I made. I just finished basing my second Sidonian Dragoon. I've been kind of jumping all over the place. I'm with you. I like switching it up. I can't stand painting one model for like, or like one type of model for too long. I like doing like one model and then switching to something a little different and then coming back to it. Engines here now can awaken vehicles and give them +1 ballistic skill. That seems really nice. I mean, 55 points is kind of expensive, but I do like that. Supposedly you can't get the robot, get the Archaeotech. Yep. I think the engines here can't use it on Castellans, right, though? That's what I heard in the stream earlier today. But even then, like, just targeting a unit of, like, what made Iron Striders pretty good was +1 to wound. So, like, giving them +1 ballistic skill as well. Like a unit of them. Even just any vehicle, just letting them hit on 2s is always good. Also, is the Archaeotech, is it just the Deolosis or is it like a new model? Because I know they brought the Deolosis into the Codex. I just don't know if like they changed the name of the Deolosis or if they brought in like the Deolosis and then made an Archaeotech. See what I get. I feel like this one's bad. I think I've gotten this one before. I think this one's bad. Getting this one. Okay, I chose right. Got good stuff. This is probably a combat. I feel like it's always a combat nowadays. Yeah, I don't think I get like any more non-combat like diamonds on the board anymore. Okay. Load personal recording. Subject immortal. Okay. Subject is far more resilient than the warrior class. Okay. Cognition where warriors possess non-sighting of the blur. Oh no, the direct. Okay. Well, we've encountered immortals already. Beware of. Okay. Terry, Wepo, Disin. Oh, is it immortal with a different type of weapon? Is it like ooh, why did everything get big? Uh-huh. Interesting. Well, there seems to be 2 mortals. We'll see what happens. Well, I haven't really needed to use this ability. Oh, there are scarabs there. I didn't even see those scarabs. Maybe I can destroy them. Probably can't destroy them. Get the robot. They called him the techno-archaeologist now? Oh, okay. So who's the, well, guess I have to do that just to destroy the scarabs so I don't, like, run into them. That's fine, though. Get the cognition points so I can blaster this guy. I'm going to use this ability so I can not waste too many cognition points. See, I kind of dealt with the scarabs there. I mean, it wasn't the most elegant way of dealing with them, but you know, you gotta do what you gotta do. Ooh, double critical. That's nice. Is there anything I want to scan? There's this, but I don't really want to scan. I can use East Priest to do it. I could just kind of move up and continue poking away at this guy. I can maybe destroy one of these immortals. Like, it's probably going to spawn more stuff. I feel like that's going to happen. This immortal does not want to go down. Now, let me scan it. Let's see what's up with this guy. Oh, okay. He's pretty dead. And I'm gonna give him the option to like walk. So hopefully I just destroy him on the crackback. Okay. Well, that guy soaked a ton of damage. Considering he's... Well, I guess he has like energy armor, so it's a little bit different, but... Still. Jeez. Ton of damage soaked there. Let's move into this guy's range and start poking away at him. What's this guy's stats? Okay, this guy has all the armor. So did I just like screw that up a little bit? Yeah, I went after the guy with the energy armor with my energy weapon and vice versa. But I mean, again, I mean that's I didn't know at the time, so honest mistake. Ooh, can scan that. I should also maybe not just kill this guy super fast. Like maybe I should destroy the consoles and just then destroy him with like the energy weapon. Oh, that's a lot of damage. That's quite a lot of damage. Okay. I mean, I'm not super worried about it, but not happy about it. So those immortals, that explains why they had that little intro speech. I'm like, oh, why are these guys talking about it? 5 damage? Okay. Okay, so I destroy that. There we go. Just end the turn. These scarabs are dead. Well. I deploy that guy there. Just because this guy has so much armor. That's also kind of annoying, but... gives me a cognition point. Time to tactically regroup. I don't believe in such things. I'm just gonna run this guy away. Just because I feel like he's gonna get blown up by that immortal if I don't. Grouping is it's not necessary in this situation. I think I got this. I think this immortal's gonna explode. Oops. Big oops. Different levels of oops. Well. That's not good. That's quite a big whoopsie. Well, I'm pretending I wanted to destroy this. Like I was very intimately trying to destroy that so I could reduce their clock. And to destroy that. This is my plan all along. It was just to destroy these consoles. There we go. That's believable, right? See? Everything's coming together. Get the cognition points. Yeah. See, I'm just playing the long game. Like the very long game. See, I'm not even in range. That's how long this game is. If I can just destroy that console very easily. I mean, I'm fine. Like, it's not the end of the world. It's just, like, kind of gross, but Like, I'm not gonna lose a guy or anything, it's just... Eh. Let's repair. There's a very good chance that he dies on the, Okay, he just dies. See if I can poke this guy away. Is that in the round, or do I have to destroy these guys? Okay, I have to destroy those guys. Oh. I didn't mean to do that. I actually kind of wanted to not destroy them and walk over here and blow this thing up, but whatever. Time to tactfully beep boop. That is correct. We're beeping and a booping. Time to boldly flee. Who was that person who made the movie like Boldly Flee? Like it was like a really cheap production like movie. There was some guy who made a movie called Boldly Flee. Beep boop be gone. Xenos. Beep boop be gone, Xenos. A happy beeps and a happy boop. Beep this boop, I'm out. Well, may the Xeno flee before you. There we go. It's called. Happy beeps for destruction, sad boops for not destroying that one console. Necron Warrior lies ahead in the chamber. An unusual sight, as they usually teleport away upon deactivation. It appears severely defective, with one arm withered as if by deformity and half its ribcage and skull appearing partially melted. Could this be the result of a malfunction in the reanimation chamber? Perhaps the Necrons are not as indestructible master of such technology after all. Well, I don't want to destroy it. I kind of want to steal it. This is a mistake. Yeah, it's a mistake, but you gotta risk it. One of these days, I'm gonna get a free Necron. And by one of these days, I mean probably never. So auditory hallucinations, distant chambers, so we're kind of going insane. Pray away the unholy specters, try to record the hallucinations so they can be examined later. Stop the cohort, can check the augmentations and comm links to invasive data. I'm just going to pray away the things. There we go, rewarded. Usually I don't choose that option just because, I don't know, I'm playing like the Xenorite playthrough, but there's no option to do to pick the item or whatever. Victorious beep. That's true. May the Xenos flee before you. I prefer the old Freeman, may your blade chip and shatter. You guys are great. Thoroughly examine Necron. Try to pry the Necron from the wall so it can be recovered. Take pictographs of the... I'm gonna prize this thing away. I'm gonna get punished for it. I'm gonna keep doing it. Eventually, I'm telling you. There's gonna be one. There's probably literally one situation where you can steal a Necron and then you can have a Necron. And that's probably not even true. You probably can't get one. But I'm going to keep trying it. Eventually, I'll get nowhere. Let's see, what do we have here? We have an Immortal. It's probably one of those scary Immortals. We have a Necron Warrior. Oh, we have a Destroyer. That's nice. I kind of just want to blow up the Destroyer. Or at least try to blow up the Destroyer. Let's set up this guy in such a way that I can move him and try to blow up the Destroyer. Do I want to send anyone this way? There might be some reason for it. Maybe take care of the Immortal. But I just kind of want to go to this like center console, don't I? I guess this isn't any closer. Like... yeah, I guess I send one guy this way. Then two guys this way. Probably makes sense in like a weird abstract way. Okay, it makes sense. It's gonna be destroy all enemies anyway. Oh, okay. That's an Immortal. whatever. 2 damage. Don't care. Steal. Pray the Xenos away. Steal them away. The real Archaeotech was the Necrons we stole along the way. It's true, Iron. It's true. You know, sometimes stealing Necrons, it's just what you have to do. Look, I'm not for theft, but they're Necrons. Oh, it's just you steal one. Are they really going to miss a stolen Necron? Oh, jeez, what is this guy made of? Well, the nice thing is I didn't waste my shots because he has like all physical armor. The bad thing is I kind of messed up a little bit because I, you know, could have probably done that a little better by using that ability that would go on cooldown and reduce the cost of... Uh-oh. I really hope those aren't the immortals that, like, wreck me. Okay. This is, that's nasty. This is potentially nasty. Yeah, that's very nasty. Okay. Okay. I'm gonna summon a unit. I can summon it anywhere, right? Nope. Let's summon it here. So why not? And I can get a ranger of that immortal anyway. In fact, I might actually not need to do that. I'm gonna blast it a couple times. I'm gonna get a... Well, I do. So what I do? Okay, so I see what I do. Okay, so I'm gonna scan something to get a thing, to get a range of it, and then I'm gonna steal a point off it. So this is where like you have to like use all your stuff. I'm gonna get a point off it. I'm gonna command this guy to attack it, right? Right? It's because it's one command. So he's gonna attack it. There we go. See, this is where like not having the points is kind of awkward because I could have done more, but at least I've done some damage to it. They could have like healed and stuff, but I can still heal. There we go. Something. Now this guy can smack him as well. Eventually he starts chunking away at the armor. I leave him there because he's going to have to move and he's going to have to trigger attacks of opportunity. I want to help this guy though. So this is Neocal. Well, what happens if I move Neocal last? Because Warwolves is the one who gets like all the cognition points. Is there anything like good for cognition points on here? There literally isn't. Okay, so like me having this guy move or not is not going to really change much. Can I scan? I can scan. So the scary thing is there's an immortal here that I really don't want shooting me. But I think I can survive. Like I think I can manage most of this. It's all awkward, but oh, I get a cognition point anyway back because I steal from this guy. And then I smack this guy for like 5, hopefully. There we go. That's the start of something nice. And I can heal my own guy for like 4. There we go. Not in the worst place. Not in the best place. Well, I guess I can also poke this guy back. Because this... I guess I can move there. Do I want to though? It does expose me to Immortal, but... I guess there's worse things in the world. I still have this guy too. Oh yeah, I get a cognition. That's why I don't want to necessarily move him. There's probably things I can do here. So what I can do is I can blast this guy. Okay, perfect. We're making headway. I did not want to do that. That was a mistake. What I wanted to do was actually just like walk up and whack him, but whatever. I can do this as well. Take a ignition point. Smack him. See if I can get a range of this immortal somehow. Like, I think I just like have to take the opportunity attack, but yeah, it's like 1 damage at most. 0 damage, yeah, it doesn't even matter. And I get a cognition point. Oh, that's so nice. Okay. So that's pretty good. He's made of necrodermis. He is, apparently. It's not theft, it's their abominable Xenos intelligence. It's true. They technically do not have the right to their own existence. We are the Admech, and the Omnissiah says so. I heard that necrodermis makes good ice cream. Could be. Would you eat a flavor of ice cream called necrodermis? Omnissiah, the Necrons look... Omnissiah, the Necrons looking directly at the Vanguard. Necrodermis is a great preservative. It makes things last for a very long time. I could probably use some then, because... So my refrigerator died last night, and I've never had that happen before. Because I was looking at it, like, it's still alive, in the sense that, like, so the fridge is alive, right? But it's funny because it just died in the sense that, like, the compressor broke, so it doesn't cool anything. It just, the fan just keeps going, like the fan to like move the air around. And luckily, I don't really have that much of anything in the fridge, so I don't really care. And I ordered a new one, but like, I've just never had that happen. It's such a weird situation where you're just like, well, I guess all this like ice cream goes bad. Like, what am I? I'm not gonna eat like 2 cartons of ice cream. It was already like half melted, so I didn't know what to do in that situation. Just found it funny. Oh, nice! I get an attack of opportunity, immortal. That's not good. Oh, that didn't do that much. That's good. That's not good though. This guy's dead. Oh wait, no. This guy decided to like whiff. This guy decided to like airball. And give me a cognition point. Nice. Kinda want to know what this guy's stats are. Oh, okay. That was all kinds of terrible. Withdraw, I guess. I can heal him. Okay. Well. Oh, nice. I can do this. Okay. So I can do this. I want to use this. So I can use this to blow up this. There we go. It's kind of coming together. That's rough, though. But maybe a critical. Nope. I'm gonna have to invest something into destroying that guy. But I can do that and heal this guy up. I do have a lot of healing, which is nice. And this guy has 3 turns before he gets up, or at least 2 turns. So. Just leave him. Okay, so I get 2 attacks of opportunity, which is nice. There's a chance this guy just kind of goes down. Nope. Chance this guy goes down now. Ooh, close. See what happens. This just does not go down. See if he goes down from this. Jesus. I guess I just continue the pummeling on this guy and then... Jeez. Okay. Move here just to get the attack opportunity on this guy when he moves away, but that guy's down. No, I just want this destroyer gone. Like, I just don't want... no, sometimes things just do not go your way. Sometimes things really don't go your way. Jeez. I just don't want this guy getting up by any like means. Like I don't want like a random crit tech appearing and like rezzing this guy. Does this guy have a scanner? This guy does not have a scanner. Yeah. Ooh, that's so much. That's so much armor. Jeez. Well, maybe this does a bunch of damage. Come on. Ah, 7 damage. That's the maximum. That's fantastic. I could probably get rid of this immortal. It's not the best thing in the world, but you know, it gets rid of him. There's no target I care about using that on. Machine Spirit, big hit? That's a big hit. Okay. I'm gonna knock this Necron away just because I don't want the attacks of opportunity going on it. Also, that's scary. That's less scary. Let's see what's in chat. Sarapta constructs one of those worst things. My toaster won't respond to my text messages. Dude, there's nothing worse than a toaster not responding to your text messages. Like, I don't know. Maybe I just always feel like if a toaster didn't respond to my text messages, I'd personally feel offended. My microwave is cheating on my coffee maker. With you, I presume it's for the Omnissiah, of course. Okay, of course the bean water maker is corrupted by chaos, so you have to destroy it. No, I've just been lonely since my dishwasher quit working. Ouch, that's rough. No joke, my dishwasher quit working. I get a warranty replacement next week. Oh, man. Well, at least you get a warranty. Oh, yeah, it's like, that's the worst feeling. Is like, I just woke up and I went to get, like, luckily I don't keep that much stuff in my fridge. And I go and get, like, I had like a mochi, right? Like the Japanese ice cream with the stuff in it. So I'm like, oh, I'm gonna have one of these. I'm gonna delay this guy's turn. I'm gonna have one of these and it's gonna taste good and it's gonna be nice and blah blah blah. And all of a sudden, like, I pick up, I'm like, why is it soft? This shouldn't be soft. Like it doesn't make any sense. And yeah, it turns out it was just like I was like, something's wrong here. And then like the regular ice cream was soft. And so I've been like, I just cooked up all like the stuff that I cared about. So like the shrimp and stuff. So now I've been eating shrimp for the last like 2 days and I'm vaguely sick of it. But, you know, I don't think I can do anything about it. But at the same time, I'll be honest, I'm not too upset about oh, thank God this guy's finally done. I'm not the most upset about eating shrimp, to be honest. I love shrimp, so I'm just gonna run away from these guys. I feel like that makes the most sense. Like, tactical regroup. Actually, you know what? I'm just gonna heal this guy up. Move over here to, because this guy can't really get to me easily. And yeah, unfortunately, I can't get behind this guy, but I should be able to servo skull a cognition point, such that I can use this guy to do some work. Once again, my guy who's supposed to lead the troops is all the way up in the corner by himself. I feel like I've done something wrong. Well, that takes some attacks of opportunity, but I'm going to start scanning these just so I can start getting this mission done. Oh, that's not nice. This is gonna be a kill all enemies mission. Like, I know it right now. So I have to kinda think about that. There's no way this isn't one of those. Oh, that's nice. Well, I can lock up most of these Necrons in combat and pretty much get rid of them. What is this? 2 to 4 HP. Okay, so I just need to heal up and kind of go from there. I'll also get a cognition point off this guy. Okay. See if I can just destroy this guy. I think I can. There we go. Okay. Poke him away. Well, this guy gets an attack of opportunity or whatever. It does like 0. Yep, 0. Then move into range with this guy, just to lock him up into combat. I grab a cognition point off him. And then I end this guy's turn. That's kind of scary, but I heal 10. Like, that's all I do on that guy. Just to keep that guy going. That's really scary. These range, the range on these guys, for how much damage these guys do. That is absolutely nuts. Let's see, can I do a bunch of damage to this guy? Okay, I can. So I'm gonna just double shoot at this guy. Like, one of these guys are gonna do... Use. One of these guys is gonna do a bunch of damage to this guy. Move him closer to back to where he was. First thing I'm gonna do is heal 10. Let's see. Ouch, that's rough. No joke. That's why I'm the dishwasher. Also, what do you think of Necrodermis mochi? I would have Necrodermis mochi. Though it'd be really hard to chew. I feel like it would just keep regenerating, so you would just like be chewing on it for all the entire time. Get some sauce for that shrimp. Ah man, I should have gotten some cocktail sauce. Like, I love shrimp, so like I can eat it raw and like, or not raw, but like, you know, without like any toppings, and I'll be fine. But it's just one of those things where like I used to binge it, and I just had this like big industrial bag of shrimp that I'm just like sitting there. Get a block of cream cheese, cover it in your shrimp, and then cover that in seafood sauce. It's great on crackers. Yeah, it sounds pretty good. It's like a seafood salad. What are those things that are round and green that you put on crackers with fish and cream cheese? Capers? I'm pretty sure those are capers. Like, oh, if you ever had like a bagel with cream cheese and like lox, which is like smoked salmon, and then capers and like onion, oh, it's so good. Like red onion especially. I suggest regrouping at the top left corner. That could be an option. But I'm just probably going to plow ahead. I think I can take out enough of these immortals. Let's just, Secret Crusader, you're not talking about smoked oysters, are you? No, it's capers. Smoked oysters are good too, though. I like oysters and I like smoked oysters, but the problem is oysters are so expensive nowadays. They're just like ridiculous. Like, each one is like $3 where I am. There's no reason for it to be that expensive. No, they're more gray than green. Since, oh, yes, capers. Yeah. Oh, yeah, capers are fantastic. Just like the best thing ever. These immortals. Oof. Let me scan. I should have done this first. So the reason I should have done this first is because this does 1 damage anyway. But it'll also tell me what this guy's stats are. Oh, okay, so he just has infinite melee armor. Which is fine. I mean, these guys can like trade shots all day. Like, they don't care. I guess they like hide, but I don't want him shooting this guy. I'll just move here and like heal this guy out. Just in case he does get shot, it's not a big deal. Yeah, we'll see. I think you get a bunch of cognition points from around the map. Like, these guys are probably going to go down to this guy alone, which is fine. Like, I don't think they can handle him. I took out the Immortal. There's an Immortal, I think, down here somewhere, but I think that might be this one. This guy's going to go down, so I get the point off him. That's a lot of damage, jeez. This guy's going to take some damage. He's not going to go down, though, but close enough. Like, I think most of the Necron Warriors aren't a threat. I think it's just this Immortal once I get, like... Once I, like, charge into it, I'm fine, but... is that another Immortal? I hope that's another Immortal. I definitely want this guy, though, to shoot at that guy, because he has so much armor. There we go. 6 damage, get? 5, I'll take it. Wait, why is this guy going again? Did I miss something? I thought I already used this guy. He's going. Okay, this guy goes. So I delay this guy's turn for a turn. Am I just going crazy? I felt like I used that guy already. Or is it just new turn and I didn't realize it? I mean, that could be the case. Still up. Okay. Well, he has the big healing item, so he can be okay. What are these guys here? This guy is Immortal, Immortal, Warrior, Warrior, Warrior. So I have like an unaccounted rando, which is interesting. Let's see what happens here. Okay, criticals are always good. I want to grab the single one because I have a guy who grabs double, so I get actually like cognition points again, which is nice. I'll move here. Oh, 24 armor. That's lovely. But 4 damage. You know, I don't really care about the random Necron Warrior, do I? I don't think I do. I think. I just move here, blow this guy up. Well, that didn't really do what I wanted to do. 4 armor though. Can't really hit him with the axe. At least not efficiently. There we go. Nice thing is I can just walk up to him. I can poke him to death. Probably scan this. Yep. Okay. Legit walk back here. Smack this guy with the axe. I don't even have to use like any cognition points, which is huge. Oh, I did, I guess. Oh, nice. I didn't have to use any cognition points, I guess. And I can still make all my way back here. There we go. Okay, so it's kill all enemies like I figured. Yeah. Just guess I can move my guys out this way. That's the one annoying thing about troops is like it takes so long to get them around the board because you can't double their, you can't like increase their movement. You know what I mean? This is all layers of awkward. So I have an issue here. Because this guy's going to move here. I can't use the Volkite Blaster because I'm going to be 1 cognition point short. Yeah. Well, I can hit this guy. That's good enough for me. I'll take it. 12 damage. There we go. I need more Volkite Blasters. There we go. How's the health on this guy? I'll heal him up.
So I'm pleased with 1 STC on top. Please not that. You'll not receive the STC until you have completed multiple errands, and even then, I'm not legally required by Imperial law to send it.
Hey, that's true. Okay, I think I got this mission. I really want to get this mission because I want to get that stupid Castellan robot. I mean, it's getting a little awkward up here, but I think I'm okay. I think I have enough stuff. It's a warrior. It's the immortal is kind of scary, like the double immortal, and this guy just getting critted is very scary, but as long as like nothing just like explodes randomly, I'm okay. Do I want to potentially just send this guy up here? I think I do. Just because, like, he's never going to reach the immortals in time. Okay. Oh, that was pretty good. Okay, it wasn't very good. I'm going to delay this guy's turn. Oh, let me grab a cognition point off this guy right away. Let me hit this guy. Still up. Well, let me heal this guy. I'm gonna take like 1 damage, but that's okay. Like, I'd rather take the 1 damage, move back and forth, and just like get some shots off. Like, critical 1 damage is like nothing. Plus I get the Servo Skull. Jeez. Normally warriors go down pretty easily. Okay, there we go. Also, that was a mistake. I should not have moved that far. But I'm going to move in range of this guy. I'm going to grab the Servo Skull. I'm just going to... No. I was going to say, oh, I can make this guy auto-shoot this guy again, but it doesn't mean anything because the guy has so much energy armor. Well, do I potentially delay this guy's turn? I don't think I do. Ooh, that's gross. Well, 1 damage is all I could really hope for. I think I can destroy this guy. Oh, that was perfect. And by perfect, I mean reasonably good. Now I should be able to take him down on his legs. Well, no, I can't anymore because that kind of whiffed. But, who's going to go? He's going to go next, so... I guess I can get it good enough, though. I can move into position here. I can scan this. Yeah. He gets 1 repair. This guy's going to move back. Oh, okay, he doesn't even move back. I have quite a lot of stuff here. Maybe I should have locked this guy in combat and just use this guy. I didn't realize this guy was going to go next, but that's fine. I don't want to use that because that gets like infinite cognition points. I mean, I guess both of them get the same amount, but I'm guessing Immortals just have a ton of armor. Oh, attack of opportunity. Yeah, there we go. Ah. Get into the battle eventually. Maybe I can destroy this. Let's do it. Yeah, there we go. Now, I can move here. Okay. Heavy zap this guy. No idea how much damage that did. I don't know what this guy's stats are. Yeah, okay, he's pretty close to dead. He just has a ton of health. I think I pretty much got this. Like, I don't think there's anything they can do to really beat me at this point. Like, I can even knock this guy around a little bit, even though it does nothing. Mostly because, you know, this guy's still in range. This is pretty good. 4 damage, so he's pretty much in death's door. Let's see. Hey chat tech, what's your favorite weapon type in 40k example minus the Volkite weaponry? I like Volkite weaponry. I think that's probably my favorite at the end of the day, just because of like the idea of it. I like energy-based weapons. Like, have you ever seen like people make coil guns or rail guns and things like that? I really like those. Honestly, rail guns are really cool. I don't think they're very practical, and not because, not just in the Tau sense, but in like a real-world application, there's certain issues with rail guns that can't be easily resolved from an engineering standpoint, but they're a really cool idea. Better a stupid castle robot than a smart castle robot. That's the abominable intelligence. Heresy. Did I hear heresy? Gotta be plasma for me. Love the idea of it. I love that I can blow up a rhino, a full health rhino with an overcharged plasma, and mortal wound every unit inside of the rhino. I'm a little salty about the plasma overcharge abilities. I still love it though. I love painting plasma weapons. And Volkite is similar in this respect, but I love how it's considered somewhat especially ancient and powerful. Yeah. Plasma is neat. For me in Volkite is how old lore-wise is, also by the description of what it does and sounds like a microwave. Yeah, I can see that. I can imagine it being like a microwave weapon. I mean, there are actually, if you ever like are interested in it, there is like a microwave weapon that exists. I'm gonna delay this guy's turn. It's kind of interesting because it's basically what they do is it's like a heat gun. So when there's like a riot or a crowd, they can aim this like low-powered microwave essentially into the crowd, and it just makes people very uncomfortable and hot. So like they essentially use very low-power microwaves to do it. So I'm guessing a Volkite blaster is kind of like a advanced version of that. This guy out of this way. I don't think anything can spawn out of here. See if I can just blow this Necron warrior up. I'm pretty sure the Volkite blaster blows this guy up. Yeah, that's a touch annoying. Okay, so this guy's just gonna explode. There we go. So I think we've won this mission. I don't see anything kind of happening that would contradict that, but you never know. Oh, come on. Ah. That's one thing I hate is if I scroll over one of these portraits, like bounces me back to where it is. I just destroy him without using this guy. I just destroy this guy without the Volkite blaster. I don't think I can though. It's a little... Okay. It's like he has 4 armor, there's no way I can destroy him. All of a sudden just like smacks him away. Giant explosion, go quiet, burr. Hubris nemesis. When plasma pops on A1, it doesn't slay cataphrons, it does 1 mortal wound. Is that new? Because it used to. That was a big thing, is why the Ryza Canonical or the Ryza Stratagem was so good. Is because it just kind of destroyed stuff for no reason. I like weaponry because it's made from the energies recorded when performing Exterminatus. Jeez. Ah, something's made out of Exterminatus. That's crazy. Be right back, guys. I'm gonna use the restroom one more time. Be back after a few seconds. Okay, I'm back. Did you all miss me? I love plasma because balls through the wall. Blasting is hilarious. I also find funny that mathematically calibers are only worth the points if you're always overcharging. Huh. That might be the case. I have to find that out. That's kind of interesting. I mean, I guess calibers are the ones that go on the Vanguard and Rangers, right? If so, then there's really no reason not to overcharge them. Because it's 1 wound no matter what, so makes sense. Yes, that's what I said about the Rise Stratagem buff. My cataphrons die way less now. Oh, so did they do that in the new Codex where you only take 1 more wound instead of exploding on the cataphrons? If so, that's really cool. Like, I'm okay with the Ryza nerf if that's the case. Victorious beep. Yes, in 9th, no Cataphron dies to their own guns. Ah, thank you. That's so good. Well, less so. Rise the Stratagem nerf. Oh, what am I talking about? That's still a nerf. The Rise of Stratagem is still a nerf. Oh my god, did he just die? Or did my speakers die? He went to the bathroom. Yeah, okay. Yeah, I turned off the audio, just in case. And the bathroom's not that far from where my computer is, so... What any weird situations? Skip through all this. Yes, he's back. I am. Oh. That was a fun mission. I feel like those immortals definitely added a little bit of a risk to it. Like, I like feeling like incredibly powerful and just blowing things up, but at the same time, if things can't hurt you back, it doesn't feel quite the same as when an immortal shoots you and hits you for like half your health and you're like, oh, that's that hurt. How's it go? That's a lot of Blackstone. The one annoying thing, though, is... I guess it's not annoying. Ooh. Ooh, look at that. Single target melee attack. Triggers an opportunity attack. Okay. Oh, that disappeared on me. Gain 2 physical armor and gain 2 energy armor. Deal minimum damage for 1 round. Okay, so these are your protocols. Spray fire and a cone of area attack. Burn deals 2 damage over 3 turns. Huh. So that's like a flamer. So these are like fist bots. Okay. That's really cool, though. I like that. The only bad thing is, like, there's a limit to how much you can upgrade stuff. Well, there's not a limit, but, like, there's a limit to how far I can take some of these upgrades. Because, they're, you know, like, the items don't necessarily improve. Let's see what are the missions. Ooh, another tech priest and an alpha. Level 3. Jeez. What does this give me? 2 cognition points. This is the thing, is I screwed up the first missions where I got like extra cognition point slots, and I've just suffered through like the whole game because of it. And when I say screwed up, I mean like literally I just did really dumb stuff. What time is it? Oh wow, I've been streaming for almost 4 hours. That's that shows it, you know, it's fun having a chat and things like that. Definitely. Anyway, I'm probably going to log off in a little bit. I'm just probably going to hang out and chat for a little bit with you guys and then sign off because, like, it's, let's save. Just because I've been streaming for 4 hours. I didn't even realize it, and I probably need to get some sleep. But, no, this was super fun. There's probably going to be another stream Tuesday. I'll announce it tomorrow in the community post like I normally do. Normally I stream Saturdays and Tuesdays at 8 p.m. Eastern Time, so same time as this stream started. I might do more streams in the future. I think I need to figure out some way of hosting the replays a little better, because the problem is I put them on my main channel, and people who just watch my content there to get the like guides and things like that don't really like it. And not that they don't like it, it's just that it's not what they're there for. And I fully understand that, because at the end of the day, you know, it's I can do 3 streams in the same time I do 1 video, so it's a little weird when you get spammed with something that you're not necessarily there to watch, like you just get all this stuff. And I think also it messes up the YouTube algorithm, which is always awkward, because if what happens is if, you know, they're not... Basically, if people don't click on something because it's different, it makes it weird. So I can stream, and then I can maybe make like a second channel to basically host all of the replays and just say, okay, you know, this is where it is, and make it easy that way or something like that. So people who want to find it, they can. I'll have to figure it out, because I don't want to make it too difficult for people to find either, because I'm sure some people probably see it and just enjoy it, even if they're there for the first type of content. We get big boy boop beep. Oh yeah, we get the biggest beep boops. We get the double beeps. Cataphront bots at level 3 are unreal in this game. I guess most of the troops are, but holy cow. We can get cataphrons in this game? I think I knew this already, but every time I hear cataphrons I get excited. I used to hate the cataphron models too, and I just love them now. I don't know what it is. Like, whatever happened, like the cataphron models went from like one of my least favorite to one of my most favorite, and I think it's just because I started working on them. Like, I started painting them and I started building them, and I saw how big they were compared to other stuff. But like, I want cataphrons. I love cataphrons. We get... I wish I could play this game. Also, do datasmiths reload the Castellan's guns when they are empty? I don't know. I never really played this game through all the way. So this is like, a lot of the stuff I'm seeing here is like, you are seeing it for the first time as much as I am. And the nice thing is, if you want, this game doesn't take that much computing power, so you can run it on a rather old computer if you have one, and it's rather inexpensive. There's also a DLC, so once I finish this playthrough, I'm going to do a DLC playthrough for the Heretic expansion, because apparently you have to play it all through in one go. Cheers, I definitely appreciate it if you're enjoying it. Oh, dude, I love this stuff. It's like I said, I've never played this game for 4 hours straight, like sitting down. I have a really hard time sitting down and doing something for like 4 hours. I'm kind of ADD in that sense. So the fact that, you know, I can sit here and play this game and chat and have all these conversations, that makes it so much more fun. Streams can mess with the algorithm, but I love the little live chats we have here. They're great. Yeah, I don't mind. Like, I'm not, like, YouTube's not my main career or anything, and I would love to do it, like, full time, but at the end of the day, I don't mind messing up my algorithm for, like, a live stream. I just don't want to mess it up for no reason, in the sense that, like, it's the replays. So, like, the replays, when they get posted, those can be posted kind of anywhere, and people can watch them anywhere. Versus being posted on the main channel, where, so the reason it came up to me, it wasn't even the algorithm issue necessarily. It was, what happened was, I looked at what had been uploaded. So it's like a Necron, starting Necron series video, then it was 3 streams, and then it was a Death Guard starting series video. And I know if I was someone who just enjoyed the channel for one thing, and I just got like 3 notifications for something like a stream that I don't necessarily, and even if I enjoy being part of a stream, I don't always like watching the recap of a stream. So that's where it's like, okay, well, you know, it's like one of those weird things where it's like, I don't fault anyone for not enjoying a recap of something that was like a live event, because when it's live, it's really fun. When you're watching kind of a recap of it, you can get some stuff out of it, but it's not as exciting or interesting. I'm a binge all your videos tomorrow and mess up my YouTube recommended. Trust me, mine gets messed up all the time. YouTube channel. Hey, welcome to the stream YouTube channel. That's a great name. Dude, Castellans in this game are busted. I hope so. They look ridiculous. They look so cool in this game. I mean, I love Castellans, I love Cataphrons. Castellans were what got me into Admech, so anytime I can do something cool with them, I love them. I used to not like their models before playing this, and now they're my fave. I can see that. That's what I found with Admech in a lot of cases. Like, if Admech have all these models that, like, when I looked at them at the first glance, I really didn't like them. And then, like, as I saw the detail and as I saw, like, what they looked like once I built it and painted it and even saw it in, like, games and stuff, they really grew on me. And I don't know if that's just because, like, I convinced myself to like them, or if it's just I really like them, but I think all of the models are really great. I don't think there's an Admech model that I hate. I guess some of, like, the old metal servitors kind of look a little ugly, but even then they're fine. Like, the servitors with, like, the special weapons. Hope the new Codex lets double fist viable. I heard things about it. It'll be interesting. I think it's always a mobility issue. Like, double fists are never bad, but it's always going to be a mobility issue. The new Codex makes fisty bots better than the shooty ones. Oh, that'd be pretty cool. I'd be up for that. I'd be up for some fist robots. Infantry with treads and tanks with legs. It's true. Yeah, the best part is, so Space Marine tanks designed by Call Fly. Our tanks hover. Our other tanks have legs, and then the infantry has treads. And then there's like a bunker that hops or something. Being there is really cool. We can annoy and distract you all we want. That's part of the fun. Like, I'll be honest, like, the fun of the stream isn't playing the game. Like, the game is kind of secondary. Again, like I said, I'd never sit and play this game for 4 hours straight if I wasn't streaming. Because I've played this game before, obviously. I got it to like 30% or whatever. Like, I never got to this point of the game. I never got a Castellan or whatever. But I would play for like a mission, and I would get bored. But, like, you know, being able to be like, oh yeah, let's see what chat's doing, and then like talk to chat, and then go back to the game, and then go back to chat and bounce back and forth, and like just talk about things. The other thing I like about streaming is, like, it lets me talk about a lot of stuff that I wouldn't talk about on my channel, and it gives me ideas for stuff. And not because, like, it's stuff that I wouldn't talk about my channel out of principle or anything. It's just stuff that doesn't really fit into what I've been doing, and it does give me a lot of ideas for, like, individual, like, standalone content. Because, like I said, the tournament thing, I want to do a video about, like, tournament play and how someone who's maybe not a tournament player can still enjoy competitive play in that sense by approaching it a little bit differently, because I think there's some misconceptions in it. And I don't know when they'll come out or how I'll make it, but I think, because there was a lot of things that I, like, as a player when I was playing Magic the Gathering, and a lot of people who played in that, there were a lot of misconceptions and things like that. And this was back in the day. I don't play Magic the Gathering anymore, but I think that was something that I changed my views a lot on that. And I think certain people I knew changed their views a lot on like the competitive scene, and a lot of it was because this was before the internet was big and things like that. So there was a lot of stuff that like occurred in that period of time, and I think I see a lot of it in 40K as well. And I think there's a lot of like room for people to kind of experiment, and at the end of the day, if you don't like tournament play or competitive play, that's fine too. It's not for everyone. Um, but I think there's just sometimes people don't even try it, and and same thing with narrative play. Sometimes it's just fun to kind of play a casual game where there's like a story to it and things like that. Honestly, the plasma can sorter still looks cool. Definitely retro, but I love it. That's part of the fun. The Admech do have a very retro vibe to them. Oh, urgent. All Cataphrons get a better save by one. They do. They also get, what is it, 1 toughness for being Agrippina? Or Agrippina? Yes, all Cataphrons are +1 save better. Destroyers are the new Breachers, and Breachers are immortal. Yep. Chat is all insane. I'm not excluded. Yes, and also I play MTG Mirror, the Admech of MTG. Yeah, I know the Mirror. The Mirror kind of cool. I used to play so to give you an idea of what I played Sander. I played a lot of PTQs and stuff like that when they were around. I used to, and this is where I kind of got really into it, because I used to not like that kind of play until I started saying, okay, I'm just gonna build my own thing, and I'm just gonna enjoy my own like I'm gonna do drafts. So like they had PTQ drafts, or sealed. Sorry, it wasn't draft. It was sealed, because they couldn't do draft because it was too complicated with that many players. So I'd open like sealed, and I would build my own like control thing, and everyone would be like, "What are you building? Like this doesn't make any sense." So I'd do pretty well. I would get in the top 4. I would day 2 GTS, things like that. So I just found my own like fun way of like doing things. I definitely played Vintage. Vintage was super fun before it got like super broken. And before it got super broken, I mean when it was broken, just not broken to the extent it is today. And I used to play stacks. So it was Mishra's Workshop, the Moxen, what was it? Smokestacks, Tangle Wire, and things like that. So I was definitely an artifact player in Magic the Gathering. I'll never play Magic the Gathering. I tried it once in high school and played against the guy who's no longer my friend, who spammed counterspells the whole time. It's one of those guys. And it's hard. Again, this is the thing about like any type of play that's like this is why like so the problem is it's really hard to have like a baseline for like casual play unless the format specifically is designed for it. Because there's always going to be like someone who's like more knowledgeable about it, but also someone who can build a very optimized list or deck or something of that nature. And it's super unfun when 2 people are mismatched. And this is one thing that I think a lot of people do wrong, especially one thing like I used to work for like back in college. I used to work with a company that did board games and things like that. It was basically a tabletop store. And one of the worst things was like when someone was teaching someone a new game, they would like sit them down and be like, and they would crush them, and it would be like, why are you doing this? Like, what's fun about this? Like, and they're like, oh, well, they're gonna learn the things like I did. And I'm like, not everyone plays like that. Like, you gotta sometimes, understand that you can do like things. You just have to like understand what the person's into, and you shouldn't just sit down and counter everything, because at the end of the day, if you're just countering everything before, like, especially if there were times where counters were kind of broken, and there were times where counters weren't broken, and there were ways of playing around them and things like that. But like, if your first experience, or like your not even your first, but like your mid-range experience is like, oh, I just played against this thing that I don't know how to beat, and it doesn't feel like it's beatable. It just makes it miserable, and it just drives people away from the game. So I know the feeling. I've been there myself with like games, and like just didn't want to do it, because you sit across from someone who gets you on things that they know that you have no way of knowing at that time. Infinite damage trick is Pog. Yeah, that's the fun thing. Like, yeah, at the end of the day. But that's why formats like, I think Elder Dragon Highlander exists, and Cube. I used to have a Cube. That was the one thing I really liked. And for the same reason, like, once the game got too powerful in a lot of ways, I loved playing Cube Draft, because I could say, okay, this draft format is as strong as I want it to be. And what happened was a lot of people would make cubes that were, and for those who don't know, cube was basically you had a box that stored cards in it, and you would basically select the cards to put in it. And when you drafted, you basically each person made a pack of 15 cards at random, like you would randomize them. You would split up 15 cards each, and you would have 3 packs, and you would basically, you pick your cards up, you pick one card, you put it down, so it's in your pool. You pass the pack, and it rotates till the pack's depleted, and until you've depleted all 3 packs. So there's like a strategy to it, knowing what like the person next to you is picking, because if they're picking one color and you're in the same color, you can potentially get like squeezed out of it. But the thing is, there was this notion that cube draft had to be the most powerful cards throughout the history of Magic. And like, yeah, that's fine, that's one format, but there were a lot of different ways of building a cube, because it's whatever cards you selected. So you could select 300 cards or whatever to make packs of 15 out of, and you could select them in such a way so that there's themes or there's things, but there's a lot of difficulty in balancing some of the themes, because sometimes you'd like think there was a theme, but it'd be too weak unless the person got all the specific cards for it, and then it would be broken. So there's all that kind of stuff that I really liked. Unhinged was a cool season. I remember Unglued. So actually, a funny thing is when Unglued came out, I didn't know Unglued was a joke set, so I bought a bunch of packs because I would go to the local card store, and this was when I was still a kid. I would go to a local card store, buy a pack or a couple packs at a time, and then Fallen Empires was cheap, Homelands was cheap. They were out of print at this point, but they were just still super cheap. And then I remember seeing Unglued, it was $2 a pack instead of like $3 or $4, like an Urza's pack or something like that. So I bought a bunch of packs because I could buy like an extra for every like X amount of packs. I could buy more. And then I remember opening it, and I was like, wow, these are really weird. I was like, this is like a really weird like set, because I didn't really understand how to play the game that well. But I just remember looking at them, and I'm like, this doesn't feel like a real thing. I'm like, what's going on here? I was like, I just remember looking at it, and I was like, the lands were cool, but I was just like, oh, you balance this card in the back of your hand, and you do this, and you do that, and why are they silver bordered? And it was cool because like, I don't think I'll ever be able to like relive that kind of experience of just opening something and not understanding what just happened. Like, obviously that I can, but like in that same kind of scope of like, oh, I love this game, I love these cards, I love the art, and then like you open it and like, oh, I don't understand what happened. Something happened. But yeah, I mean that's a lot of memories of that. It was a game that I really liked, and unfortunately, Magic kind of died out. What was the third season of the Unseries? Unstable. I'm pretty sure it was Unstable. So it went Unglued, Unhinged, Unstable, and it took them forever to make Unstable, but they're probably going to make a new one. I think they made a new one. But it wasn't like a set. It was like pre-made decks or something like that. It was like Unscrewed or something like that was like the fourth, but I don't remember I don't remember the exact details of that. Yeah, I mean it's sad. I think Magic has gone downhill in a lot of ways, and I think some of it has to do with power. Like if you just looked at the last few years of it, they had to ban so many cards from standard play, and standard's supposed to be kind of the low-powered format. So when they're banning cards constantly, when they're having all kinds of weird issues and things like that, it's like, well, maybe they're not thinking things through as much as they are, or as much as they should be. I bought 20 packs for the third for one of the cards in it. What card were you looking for? Sadly, MTG isn't alluring for me now. I think that's true for a lot of people. The thing is, Magic has been doing better than ever, and I think a lot of that is just because it's kind of gotten into the mainstream, and being in the mainstream in itself isn't bad. I think it's just that what they did was because they were trying to capitalize on a lot of the momentum. They started releasing a lot of new product, and they weren't testing or troubleshooting the product in the way they used to. I also think the biggest issue is the art. So I noticed this around, I think, Cons of Tarkir, which is years ago, probably getting close to a decade now. is a lot of it looks very computer generated, and what they do is they have two layers. So they'll have like the background layer and then whatever character layer. So it looks very disjointed. So it's almost like a generic background with like a layer of character on top of it, and it kind of gives it a 3D look, but at the same time it gives it a very like discombobulated look. And for me, I always like the storyboard cards, or not the storyboard, but like like if you look at like the old alpha, beta, etc., it looks like someone drew it. It looks like a storybook, like a fantasy book, and even the old frames, which they I think brought back recently for like one set, where it's like the old frame, it makes you feel like, oh, this is made of wood, this is made of swamp, this is made of etc. Versus now, where it feels very kind of industrial, and not industrial in like a fun sense where it's like industrial with like pipes and things like that, but like industrial in the sense where it's printed to be optimized versus flavorful. And again, people will probably disagree with me on that to some extent. Can't wait for Admech deck that hopefully comes with the MTG GW partnership. It was let me check. Yeah, yeah. That's the other thing is Magic has been doing a lot of partnerships lately. So there's NeoCal. You're still going. Hey, welcome to the stream, NeoCal. I am. I'm about to go though, because it's been 4 hours. It's been over 4 hours. I'm just kind of doing like the wrap up. We did pretty well. We got some. Hold on. We got Castellans. Dude, check that out. We got a. Oh, what's going on here? We got a big Castellan robot. That was the last mission we did. So next time we play, we're gonna field some Castellans and see what happens. We definitely made a lot of progress, and we had some good chat. And but yeah, no, I think that's another thing is the Magic crossovers with everything. Like I don't mind crossovers, but like at some point where you have the Walking Dead and the Godzilla cards, and it takes away from the flavor of the game itself. Like I hope Games Workshop doesn't really do that. I don't want to see pop culture stuff. I understand there's references like World of Warcraft did pop culture, but I don't want to see like there's this unit now and it's a celebrity and it's again I get it, Necrons or Terminators and things like that, but I don't want there to be like an Arnold model that's specific to the game, And maybe I'm wrong on that. Maybe people would love that kind of thing. I haven't read anything about the Codex. What's initial impression? The Codex looks like it's stronger than it was before. There's a lot of really cool stuff. Overall, it looks like our points values went down, which is pretty cool. It seems like things got a little bit of a downgrade, but the points went down as well. And it seems like there's a lot of stuff. It's too early to like make a definitive decision, but I think the Codex is going to be stronger than it was before, but not by like a significant margin. There's a lot of really big things like Dune Riders are now transport capacity 12. Rust Stalkers are 17 points each with insane profiles. Call went down by 20 points. Engine Seer is up to 55 points, but he's still pretty strong. There's a lot of like stacking abilities, so it's going to be kind of hard to figure out exactly where all those stacking abilities go. Yeah, as a whole, it just seems like points went down or stayed the same, but the stats went up on everything. A few things were a little bit nerfed, but not to the point where I think it would matter. The Grand Calculation, it has the orange rarity card. It was an artifact. I don't remember that one, but I don't know Unstable that much. Yeah, I don't remember Grand Calculation. Sorry. But again, I don't know Unstable that much. I know like very little about it. I didn't really follow it. And it is blue-white. Oh, okay. Makes sense. I like the D&D set. How is the Skitarii spam looking? Skitarii spam might be very good. Problem is, I don't know. So Skitarii looks like they got their weapons limited to kind of what's in the box. So for every 10, you can have one weapon. For every 5, you can have one weapon, etc. One special weapon, sorry. But then they also seem to have kind of stayed the same, and Rangers potentially got a scout movement from what I hear. I haven't looked at them specifically, so I don't know, unfortunately. Sorry, I can't give you too much information on the Skitarii, but they do seem like they're stronger. Infantry units are now really good. Yeah, seems about right. What's up with the special weapons on the Skitarii? Heard that got messed up. Yeah, from what I hear, it's kind of what they've been doing with a lot of units. It's kind of random how they do it. Is basically when you buy a box of models, you are limited to what's in the box. So it's like, you know, how before you would have to kind of find sources for plasma guns, etc., if you wanted more than one in the squad. Now it's like limited to basically, if you have a squad of 10, you can have one of each special weapon. If you have a squad of 20, you can have two. So you're limited in that sense. Supposedly, the arquebus can now move and shoot, which is big. So that's good. Skitarii spam is now spammable. My double plasma squad, QQ. You can still have it. You can still have double plasma. You just have to go up to like way more units, supposedly. But you can still spread them out. You can have squads of 5 with single plasma, which is something. You know, it's a little weaker. Oh, urgent. Plasma Caliber's got 30 in range now. Do intercessors have melee weapons in the intercessor kit? I don't know. Melee weapons are a little weird though, because melee weapons you can say they're armed with them, but they're not visible. Because like it's like the you can have like a Skitarii armed with a melee weapon, like an Alpha armed with a melee weapon, but not show it because they can still have their rifle or a carbine. Oh, actually, speaking of Skitarii spam, Rook was playing in a 100-player GT while we were doing the stream, and I don't know if he won. He was playing against like a very bad matchup, but he was undefeated going into Saturday. So it was him and another guy undefeated. It was Liam Hackett, who is a very good player, a very good Chaos player, and a very good. He had a very strong list that was very resilient against the Rook spam list, but it seemed like it was still pretty even when I last checked it, which was like 4 hours ago. So yes, that answers for this guitar. Yeah, supposedly that's what I hear. Is you can take Skitarii in units of 20, so that's kind of an interesting thing. I wonder how that will play out. It seems. I wonder. I wonder if we'll see something that. Well, actually, because you remember Master Annihilator in Warzone Caradon, where you could target a unit of Vanguard and give them 3 extra inches of range or something like that, and extra, I think, strength or armor penetration. That could be pretty scary on a unit of 20 in a Metallica list. Well, that's something. Transvectors got some new stratagem where you can take 2 of them and deep strike them and auto drop the units, so that's kind of cool. I still think they're bad if they're still 6 unit transport capacity and still at whatever points they are, but I mean it's at least a step in the right direction. Now that I understand it like that, I'm definitely going to have to pick up like 2 combat patrols and make myself 20 more Vanguard. Yeah, like I said, you can never have too much. You can never have too many Skitarii, so that's why I'm never like worried about special weapons on them. Like you'll find a use for them eventually. If nothing else, they look cool. Like I built all the special weapons on mine. I don't have that many built because, like I said, I recently came back to the game, so I have to like rebuild my army. But I built like an Arquebuy, I built like plasma. Like I'm gonna eventually have use for them, and eventually I'll go find like ways of finding normal Skitarii. I don't want to buy any damn boats. I'm super glad I'm still able to take my knight. Yeah, it's, I'll be honest, I'm not a big fan of the boats. Like I'm not in terms of rules, but like in luck. But I've seen some people do cool things with making them look like crawlers and things like that. So there's ability to kit bash and make things kind of interesting. The boats have grown on me. Like don't get me wrong, the boats I've started to like the boats a little more than I did before, but I still think they could have made them look cooler. Like even keeping the same design, they could have just made some things look a little nicer. Vanguard debuff strength and toughness. Oh, that's pretty cool. Also, Tech, remember the conversation we had about the infiltrators? I think I do. You were saying that if the neuro aura was made to reduce to hit or the number of attacks or something like that. That's been a while ago. And or strength or something like that. I definitely agreed with you on that one though. As if they made the neurostatic aura. The other thing is they also reduced the cost of the infiltrators. They reduced them to 17 points, so if you don't take the taser goad, and they buffed the taser goad from what I remember. So they still are kind of expensive with taser goads, but they're definitely way better. than they were before. I put all the special weapons from the kids on my army. It's not what you see as what you get. Yeah, I mean, there's nothing wrong with it. Like, Ryza +1 to wound Vanguard blobs sound fun. Yeah. I think most people will be understanding if you have like special weapons and you're not using any special weapons. I think the problem you run into is if, let's say, you have a unit with like 2 special weapons, and then you have another unit without special weapons that you just don't have the models for. That's where you kind of get into that weird gray zone. But if like none of your Vanguard or Skitarii have special weapons, but you use the models for them, I think most people would be like reasonable about it, because you're like, oh, there's no chance of you assuming I have a plasma gun, or like there's no shenanigans or anything like that. The boats needed more robot arms. I agree. I think they just needed to be more industrial. Like, they just seem too curvy. Like some of like the firing ports and things like that have like this like weird curvature to them. Kind of like the Archaeopters have those like weird like firing nipples. It's kind of weird. You'll be madly in love with the boats in 1 year. That's how Admech models work. Yep, that's that's pretty true. I'll be honest, like I said, I started Admech, I hated Cataphrons. A year later, I'm in love with Cataphrons, so that's 100% a possibility. They got a buff to the aura range and debuff aura to hitting them. Oh, okay. Yeah, that makes sense. I like it. Like I said, infiltrators needed something like that, and you made a really good point when you said that, and I think it was the right way to go. Like, infiltrators could have been made really good, but leadership debuffs aren't that important. But now that they actually have something like that, that's pretty solid. I like the plane. I'm going to proxy Voltrix as one of the flyer options. I play the arc weapons are plasma, and they are the only special weapons I take. Yeah, I mean, if someone's going to argue with you that like all of your arc rifles are actually plasma, or sorry, if they're going to be like, oh, you can't use those arc rifles as plasma, well, you're not running any arc rifles. I don't see why they wouldn't let you. Like, it's close enough in look. I mean, again, even in tournaments, usually like people are pretty reasonable about it. I've heard some stories about like what people did to like make units because they couldn't buy them, or like the store was out of those units, so they needed to play them, so they had to like come up with like an interesting like version of it that they made out of stuff, and people are usually okay with it. Like, again, if you approach people like in a reasonable way, usually they'll be okay with things. Like, I don't think people are trying to get you on things. Transport helis is now viable as reserves as you pay for the 2. Yeah, I think the problem still is it's still like a 6 unit drop. Like, if it could drop 3 Cataphrons or something like that, I'd like it a lot more. Or like drop 2 robots, or I've always wanted them to be like a Thor drop from StarCraft 2, where you could put like 2 Castellans with like fists in it and then just drop them somewhere. It's just a transport capacity, and they're kind of expensive for a transport. Like, I just always ask myself, why not the Fusilier or the Stratoraptor? And I love the model. Like, I would love to field 3 or more Archaeopters. It's such a beautiful model. By that I mean I run 6x5 double Plasma Rangers. That makes sense. I mean, or it used to, yeah. Yeah, I don't think you can anymore. I think you can run 1 Plasma in each, but I haven't seen it. Like I said, I'm going off what people said, so I could be wrong. Like I said, we'll have to see the new Codex. I wish they didn't do it that much, but you know, is what it is. The boats need legs. I agree. I've seen some really cool boat conversions with legs. 12-inch range for infiltrator aura range. Wow, that's really good. I didn't realize it was 12 inches. I was expecting it to be like 5, maybe 3, like they normally do. Yeah, both need legs. More steampunk. Anyway, guys, thank you very much for tuning in. It's almost 4.5 hours. It's great seeing y'all. New video will be up next week. I think I'm gonna play around with my upload schedule. I think I want to like move to Wednesdays, but I might go back to Sundays. I don't think it'll be up tomorrow, but it'll be up by Wednesday. It's gonna be the 500-point Necron video, including the new combat patrol box, taking a look at that and the different other boxes in order to make 500-point Necron lists. The troops and transports Death Guard video is out, and the special characters for the Necrons is out. That video was a ton of fun to make. Next stream, I'll announce it tomorrow in the YouTube comments. It'll probably be Tuesday at 8 p.m. like normal, unless something comes up. Sometimes, like, you know, work stuff comes up, so I'll keep you posted on that. And normally I'm planning to keep Saturday as a stream day, because this is so much fun. That really sounded unenthusiastic, but I actually mean it. I didn't mean to come off there as like, oh, it's so. No, it's a ton of fun. I don't think I would have sat here for 4.5 hours if it wasn't fun. You know what I need after this stream? A drink. That's what I need. Thanks for the stream. Hey, happy to stream, man. Thank you for being here. I like the boat transport. I like the boat tank. Okay, I do like the boat transport more than the boat tank. I'll be honest. I don't like either like that much, but the boat transport definitely looks way better than the tank. Necrodermis ice cream. Yes, we could all use more Necrodermis ice cream. Have a good night, Tech Priest. Thank you. You too, man. Have a great night, Phaser Cycle. All right, dude. Take care. Good with. Yeah, you too, man. God be with you. Yeah, same. Have a good recharge, Tech Priest. Thank you. I need it. Yeah, have a great night, everyone. Thank you very much for tuning in. See you all next time.